Chapter 664. It could be said that the system was just short of feeding Wang Mang. Therefore, Wang Mang was naturally tempted. Therefore, Wang Mang was now in a dilemma. How many should he kill? The first mission was to kill a competitor for the position of Holy Son. The reward was too little, and Wang Mang was obviously not interested. Moreover, killing a competitor for the position of Holy Son would not be of much help to him. Therefore, he did not consider the first mission. Wang Mang should consider the second and third missions. The rewards for both missions were not bad, especially the third mission. However, Wang Mang was still a little wary. After all, if he killed all the competitors for the position of Holy Son, it would be too obvious. By then, even a fool would be able to tell that there was something wrong. At this point, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the second mission. He only wanted to kill the 3 strongest competitors. At this point, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately relaxed. Previously, when he joined the holy ground of 10,000 demons, he had no idea how to obtain the position of Holy Son. However, it was different now. He only needed to kill these strongest competitors within a month, and he would be able to become the Holy Son of the holy ground of 10,000 demons. At this point, Wang Mang was in a good mood, and immediately began to think about how to kill these people. If he wanted to lure these guys to leave the holy ground of 10,000 demons obediently and go to the cave of 10,000 demons, he had to lure them with benefits. As for the temptation, Wang Mang had already thought about it. He only needed to spread the news in the city of 10,000 demons that there was a tomb of an emperor god in the cave of 10,000 demons. This would definitely attract the interest of many strong people. Even the 3 holy sons of the holy ground of 10,000 demons would definitely be interested. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang immediately told Enlon and Boundless Heavenly Emperor about this. He also told them the exact location of the cave of 10,000 demons. The cave of 10,000 demons was actually located in a mountain range near the city of 10,000 demons. When Wang Mang had chosen the quest, the system had informed him about it. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Wushi and Enlon looked at each other. Then they nodded at Wang Mang and said, "Don't worry, my lord. Leave this to us. We'll do a good job." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and warned, "Remember, don't ever enter the myriad demons cave." The 2 of them nodded in agreement before leaving the all demons holy land. Because the 2 of them were Wang Mang's subordinates, it was very convenient for them to enter and exit the 10,000 demons holy land. Not only Wang Mang, but basically anyone who had reached the level of an inner disciple could enter and exit the 10,000 demons holy land at will. After the 2 of them left, Wang Mang suppressed his impatience and waited patiently. However, to Wang Mang's surprise, early the next morning, the entire All Demons Holy Land was discussing the cave of 10,000 demons. It was said that someone had discovered the tomb of an emperor god in the cave of 10,000 demons. When the news spread, the entire All Demons Holy Land was in an uproar. Moreover, Sword Noble immediately found Wang Mang and asked Wang Mang if he was willing to go to the cave of 10,000 demons to search for opportunities. After knowing the purpose of Sword Noble's visit, Wang Mang was shocked. News about Enlon and Boundless Heavenly Emperor spread too quickly, didn't it? It had only been a day. How did the news spread so quickly? Although Wang Mang was extremely happy that the 2 of them had spread the news, he still pretended to be confused and asked, "What's the cave of 10,000 demons?" Hearing this, Sword Sovereign slowly explained, The so-called Cave of 10,000 Demons is said to be the tomb of a peak emperor god. It's said that only early-stage emperor gods are allowed to enter. As for mid-stage emperor gods or late-stage emperor gods, they can't enter at all. Moreover, just yesterday, it's said that someone obtained a rank 5 supreme treasure in the Cave of 10,000 Demons called the Demonic Crown. This rank 5 supreme treasure is extremely heaven-defying. It's said that once a rank 5 user wears it, they can cross 2 small realms and become a peerless genius. It can be said that their battle strength is monstrous. After hearing Sword Noble's words, Wang Mang was stunned. Demonic crown, that thing really existed, or was it made up by boundless heavenly emperor Enlon? For a moment, Wang Mang was confused. Seeing Wang Mang's stunned expression, Sword Noble immediately chuckled and said, "Demonic crown? There are too few rank 5 supreme treasures like the demonic crown." When the supreme tomb opened back then, there were only 8 rank 5 supreme treasures. Sword Noble suddenly said regretfully, "It's a pity that I missed the supreme tomb when I was in seclusion back then. Otherwise, if I had obtained a rank 5 supreme treasure, who would be able to compete with me for the position of Holy Son in the Holy Land of 10,000 Demons?" Hearing that, Wang Mang was even more confused. Sword Noble would definitely not say something like that if he did not have accurate information. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that an expert really obtained the so-called demonic crown in the Cave of 10,000 Demons. Thinking of that, Wang Mang was even more confused. Wasn't that a place of certain death? How could someone obtain benefits comparable to the mask of the Celestial Emperor? Thinking of that, Wang Mang immediately asked in his heart, "System, what's going on?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Warm reminder to the host. There are emperor gods in the Cave of 10,000 Demons. The reason why there are survivors is that they are deliberately released alive to attract more people to enter." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang finally understood. At the same time, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. If he did not know about it, Wang Mang would probably have the idea of entering it. At that time, Wang Mang's fate would definitely not be any better. After all, it was a rank 5 supreme treasure. Such a temptation was too great. Once he had it, he would become a peerless genius. Although he did borrow the power of the treasure, it was still very powerful. To many experts, this was a fatal attraction. At the same time, Wang Mang finally understood. This news was not spread by No Beginning or Enlon. On the contrary, this news was deliberately released by the old monster in the Cave of 10,000 Demons. Perhaps it was to attract more people to enter and die, or to become the old monster's nourishment, just as Wang Mang was feeling scared. Sword Noble looked at Wang Mang hesitantly and asked, "How about it, Brother Wang Mang? Are you also interested in the Cave of 10,000 Demons?" Wang Mang came back to his senses. Then he rolled his eyes and said in a tempting tone, "Brother Sword Noble, you can't miss out on such a place where you can obtain great opportunities. Brother Sword Noble, think about it. The battle for the Son of Saint is in a month. If you can obtain the opportunities, how can Zun Long and Gu Yuan be your match?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Sword Noble also looked like he was about to make a move, but his eyes were a little conflicted. Then Sword Noble looked at Wang Mang with a conflicted expression and said in a low voice, "Brother Wang Mang, to be honest, I don't know why, but when you mention the Cave of 10,000 Demons, I feel a strong sense of uneasiness." Hearing Sword Noble's words, Wang Mang was shocked. Damn, isn't his intuition too accurate? Chapter 665. Although Wang Mang was wary of this fellow's intuition, he did not bat an eyelid. "Brother Sword Sovereign, I'm quite interested in this 10,000 Demons cave." As for the feeling of change that Brother Sword Sovereign mentioned, it's complete nonsense. We've already reached stage 5. How can these non-existent things affect us? Besides, how can one not take risks to obtain an opportunity? How can there be such a good thing in the world? After listening to Wang Mang's words, Sword Sovereign, who was originally full of worries, nodded slowly. He was moved by Wang Mang's last sentence. That's right. How could one not take risks to obtain an opportunity? How could there be so many good things waiting for him in the world? Besides, he had been cultivating for so long. Along the way, he had encountered countless dangers. He believed that even if it was dangerous, he would be able to survive it. With this thought, Sword Sovereign decided that he had to go to the 10,000 Demons Cave. In addition, he was worried that if he didn't go, Zunlong and Gu Yuan would go and obtain something. Then his position as the Holy Son of the 10,000 Demons, Holy Land, would be unstable. At this moment, Wang Mang also took the opportunity to tempt him. Brother Sword Sovereign, if you obtain an opportunity, the position of Holy Son will be yours. Sword Sovereign was silent for a moment before he said firmly, "Okay, it's decided. There's no time like the present. Today, you and I will head to the 10,000 Demons Cave." After saying that, Sword Sovereign looked at Wang Mang. Wang Mang immediately smiled and said, "I'll accompany Brother Sword Sovereign." Sword Sovereign nodded and said, "I'll go back to the main hall first and prepare. You and I will gather at the entrance of the 10,000 Demons, Holy Land later." "No problem." Wang Mang immediately nodded with a smile. Soon, Sword Sovereign left Wang Mang's Demon God Palace. Similarly, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat, and then he said softly, "Spring flower, summer flower." Outside the main hall, 2 pretty maids walked up and respectfully said, "Your servant is here. After I leave, go out and spread the news. I must let the other participants know that Sword Sovereign and I are heading to the Myriad Demons Cave." Although they didn't know why Wang Mang wanted to do this, the 2 maids still respectfully and obediently said, "It's Lord's order." Only then did Wang Mang nod his head in satisfaction. He then waved his hand to indicate that the 2 of them could leave. After that, Wang Mang left the demonic god palace and rushed out of the 10,000 devils' holy land. Along the way, many core disciples and inner disciples took the initiative to greet Wang Mang when they saw him. It was obvious that they were trying to curry favor with him. This was because they already knew that Wang Mang had joined the 10,000 devil holy land. Moreover, he was also one of the participants in the competition for the position of the Holy Son. This kind of status was not something they could compare to. Even if Wang Mang failed in the competition for the position of the Son of Saint and became a candidate for the position of the Son of Saint, or even if he failed in the competition for the position of the Son of Saint, his status was still higher than theirs. This was because Wang Mang would become an elder in the future if nothing unexpected happened. The elders of the 10,000 devils' holy land could be said to be the backbone of the upper echelons of the 10,000 devils' holy land. Of course, these people were trying to curry favor with him. Wang Mang kept a straight face and looked incomparably cold, as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. After all, Wang Mang had never taken these ant-like existences seriously. In other words, these people were of no use to Wang Mang. So, why bother with these trash? Did he have nothing to do and waste time? After arriving at the entrance of the 10,000 devils' holy land, Wang Mang saw Sword Sovereign standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for him. At this moment, a silver sword appeared in Sword Sovereign's hand, and he held it tightly in his hand. After seeing Wang Mang, Sword Sovereign smiled and said, "Let's go, Brother Wang Mang." Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded and flew down the 1,000 Demons Mountain with Sword Sovereign. After leaving the Thousand Demons Mountain, Wang Mang and Sword Sovereign came to the Thousand Demons City. At this moment, in the huge Thousand Demons City, Wang Mang and Sword Sovereign were walking side by side. Now, they needed to pass through the Thousand Demons City and head to the largest mountain range near the Thousand Demons City, which was the Thousand Demons Mountain Range. This was because the Thousand Demons Cave was in the Thousand Demons Mountain Range. But at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw a mocking voice in front of him. "Red-haired brat, crawl under my crotch, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Thousand Demons City in this lifetime. Otherwise, it will be the day of your death." Hearing that, Wang Mang looked up instinctively and didn't pay much attention. But when he saw an angry black-robed figure standing in front of a young master, Wang Mang was stunned. This black-robed figure was none other than the former demon, Lord Chong Lu. Not only that, the current demon Lord Chong Lu's cultivation had reached the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. However, Wang Mang could sense it after sensing it for a while. The current demon Lord Chong Lu's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the second heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. But facing the humiliation of the young master in front of him, he was furious but didn't dare to say anything. This was because Wang Mang could sense that there was an elder in the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm behind the young master. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang decided to help the demon Lord Chong Lu. He had no enmity with this guy, and he was summoned by him back then. Strictly speaking, he had actually helped Wang Mang once. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said softly, "Chong Lu." Sword Sovereign was stunned. He stopped and looked at Wang Mang in confusion. Wang Mang explained softly, "Brother Sword Sovereign, wait, I met an old acquaintance." Hearing this, the Sword Sovereign immediately nodded. At the same time, Demon Lord Chong Lu, who was furious, suddenly saw Wang Mang not far away. After seeing Wang Mang, Demon Lord Chong Lu was stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Obviously, he had recognized Wang Mang, but he didn't expect Wang Mang to have reached the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. Wang Mang hadn't even reached the rank for Immortal Emperor realm back then. But how long had it been? Wang Mang had reached the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. Furthermore, he had left him far behind. Thinking of this, Demon Lord Chong Lu felt bitter. After coming to the Holy Land continent for so long, he had gradually smoothed out his edges in the Holy Land continent. The Holy Land continent was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people feel hopeless. There were as many rank 4 Immortal Emperors as there were dogs. There were rank 5 Immortal Emperors everywhere. Even if he had broken through to the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm, he could only be considered an expert and not a top expert. Ever since he escaped from his family's mining area, he was lucky enough to obtain an opportunity and successfully broke through to the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. But after coming to the City of Demons, he offended the son of the city lord and was trapped in the City of Demons for a long time. After seeing Wang Mang, Demon Lord Chong Lu lowered his arrogant head and couldn't help but sigh, "Friend, save me." Hearing this, Wang Mang was so surprised that he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He didn't expect that Demon Lord Chong Lu, who was once arrogant, would ask him for help. However, just as Wang Mang was stunned, the white-clothed young master with the folding fan coldly threatened, "You are not worthy of my respect. Friend, you'd better mind your own business. Be careful not to bring death upon yourself." Chapter 666. To be honest, if he hadn't sensed Wang Mang and Sword Noble's extraordinary temperament and terrifying aura, he wouldn't have known. He wouldn't have wasted his breath on Wang Mang and Sword Noble. Because his father was the city lord of Myriad Demon City. The city lord of Myriad Demon City who was able to become one of the top 10 city lords in the Eastern Heaven realm. His father was naturally not an ordinary person. His strength had reached the god-emperor level. Even the servant behind him had reached the late stage of the immortal emperor level. From this, it could be seen how noble his status as the son of the city lord of Myriad Demon City was. At this moment, facing the threat of the city lord's son, a trace of coldness flashed across Sword Noble's eyes. However, he obviously knew this young master in front of him. He immediately frowned and transmitted his voice to Wang Mang. "Brother Wang Mang, if you can avoid provoking this guy, it's better not to. His father is a god-emperor level expert. Even on the god-emperor level expert list, he's a well-known existence." After hearing Sword Noble's transmission, Wang Mang suddenly hesitated. No wonder Demon Lord Chong Lu, a rank 5 immortal emperor level expert, was forced to kneel and crawl under a young master's pants. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly sympathized with Demon Lord Chong Lu. However, at the same time, Wang Mang also began to consider whether to save Demon Lord Chong Lu. After all, if he saved Demon Lord Chong Lu, the benefits and the sacrifice couldn't be proportional. Offending a descendant of a god-emperor level expert wasn't a wise choice. Just as Wang Mang was silent, the young master suddenly laughed. He could tell that Wang Mang and Sword Noble definitely knew him. Thinking of this, the young master smiled playfully. "Look, I'm giving your friend a chance. As long as he crawls under my crotch, I'll let him go." Speaking of this, the young master suddenly looked at Wang Mang and Sword Noble and chuckled. "Of course, you can also help him. Crawling under my crotch is fine too." Hearing this, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time he met a so-called second generation. This guy's face was really not much different from the arrogant second generation back on Earth. He was clearly not strong and was only at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm, but he was exceptionally arrogant. Most importantly, Wang Mang really didn't dare to touch him, unless he became the son of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. Only his identity could possibly match this fellow's. Otherwise, Wang Mang really had a way to contend with this young master. This was because if he really killed this young master without the backing of a god emperor, he would definitely die, unless he became the holy son of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land at that time. No matter what he did, as long as he did not openly betray the 10,000 Devil Holy Land, the 10,000 demons Holy Land would become his backer and protect him with all their might. However, the problem was that he wasn't a holy son yet. So, facing this guy's humiliation, Wang Mang couldn't do anything even though he was angry. At the same time, Sword King's expression didn't look too good either. "I hope you can continue to be so arrogant." Young Master grinned and said playfully, "What can you do to me?" In the face of such humiliation, Sword King remained indifferent. He then waved his hand at Demon Lord Chong Lu. "Come over. For the sake of brother Wang Mang, I'll help you." Demon Lord Chong Lu's eyes lit up when he heard that. He walked over without hesitation and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help." Seeing this, Fang Tianhu was stunned. His face instantly stiffened and turned ugly. Obviously, Sword King's action was a direct slap to his face. At the same time, he was blatantly telling him, "What can you do to me?" In his fury, young Master roared with a ferocious expression, "Anu, kill them for me." Hearing that, the old servant behind Fang Tianhu was helpless and reminded him softly, "Young Master, the two of them are even stronger than this old servant. That brat is holding a sword, and his strength is at the level of a holy emperor." Fang Tianhu's expression froze. He angrily slapped the old servant and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? I want the three of them to die. Go to the city lord's mansion and find someone to kill them. Tell them that I said so. If you don't kill them, you'll be the one to die." After saying that, Fang Tianhu looked coldly at Wang Mang and the other two. Then, he turned around and left angrily. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately felt a burst of laughter. This guy was truly insufferably arrogant. At this moment, Sword King did not want to waste any more time and said, "Brother Wang Mang, let's go." Wang Mang nodded and left the city of demons with Sword King. Similarly, Demon Lord Chong Lu followed closely behind. However, not long after Wang Mang left the city of demons and entered the demons' mountain range, he felt that someone was following them. Similarly, Sword King also noticed that. He gripped his sword tightly and said coldly, "Come out." Just as he said that, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The auras of these 3 figures were extremely powerful and terrifying. Without exception, these 3 figures were all middle-aged men, but their auras were at the level of a holy emperor. One of them was even at the level of a middle-stage holy emperor. When he saw the 3 saint emperors, he was shocked. Sword King's face suddenly became serious. Similarly, Wang Mang's face did not look too good either. This was because he did not expect the so-called young master of the City of Demons to be so powerful. However, after thinking about it, Wang Mang felt relieved. After all, the other party had an emperor god as a father. It was normal for him to have holy emperors as subordinates. However, even if there was only one middle stage holy emperor, Wang Mang would not be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately sent a voice transmission. "Brother Sword King, let's meet at the demon cave. Demon Lord, remember to run away later. Run faster. If you can't escape, quickly teleport back to Earth." Sword King nodded slightly. Similarly, the Demon Lord nodded slightly. "If you die, don't blame us. Blame yourselves for offending someone you shouldn't have." At this moment, the leading middle stage Holy Emperor looked at Wang Mang and Sword King indifferently. After saying that, the middle stage Holy Land expert directly attacked Sword King. This was because he could feel that Sword King was the strongest among the 3 of them. Because of this, he did not hesitate to attack Sword King. Similarly, after seeing the middle-aged man attack, Wang Mang immediately fled at the first possible moment. Not only Wang Mang, but the Demon Lord also did the same. The 3 of them could be said to have fled in different directions. The only thing that made Wang Mang feel relieved was that the expert who attacked him was only at the first heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. This kind of strength was not a threat to Wang Mang at all. It was probably because he saw that Wang Mang was too weak. Otherwise, the middle stage Immortal Emperor realm expert would not be chasing after Sword King, but him. However, Wang Mang did not escape for long before he heard Sword King's painful scream from afar. It was a mournful and painful scream. It immediately shocked Wang Mang. Could it be that Sword King was already in trouble? What the F***CK? It can't be, right? Could it be that he really died? I haven't tricked him yet. Chapter 667. Just as Wang Mang was dumbfounded, a shout came from behind him. An angry roar came from behind. "Brat, don't run if you have the ability." After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang immediately sneered. Immediately, he took a step into the space and rapidly flew away. Similarly, Wang Mang was escaping in the direction of the cave of 10,000 demons. If this guy dared to continue chasing him, Wang Mang wouldn't mind killing him in the space. After escaping for a while, Wang Mang was shocked to find that this guy was still following him closely. Not only that, he even shouted angrily behind him, "Little brat, stop and fight me if you dare. You're a peerless genius. Don't you even have the courage to fight me?" Facing this guy's curses, Wang Mang was still escaping at full speed. At the same time, Wang Mang didn't forget to look back at the middle-aged man, who was following him closely. If this guy continued to chase after him without any help, he would be in a bad situation. Wang Mang didn't mind stopping his escape. He turned around and killed him. After observing for a while, Wang Mang immediately realized that this guy really didn't have any help. He was still chasing him alone. This caused Wang Mang's killing intent to soar. In the next moment, Wang Mang instantly took out the immortal emperor mask from the space. Then, Wang Mang stopped running and instantly turned around to attack the middle-aged man in the early stage of the Holy Emperor stage. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the early stage of the Holy Emperor stage was stunned at first. Then he sneered and said, "Let me send you on your way." After saying that, the middle-aged man also rushed toward Wang Mang. He raised his hand, and a vast amount of immortal qi gathered into a long whip and lashed toward Wang Mang. Wang Mang immediately sneered and easily dodged the long whip. At the same time, Wang Mang's hands made a circle and purple lightning flowed all over his body. Then Wang Mang struck out with his palm and shouted angrily, "Mighty dragon of heaven!" As soon as he said that, Wang Mang's terrifying lightning and magic power gathered into a black lightning dragon and swept out. Seeing this black lightning dragon sweeping over, the middle-aged man lashed out with his whip with all his strength. Scatter! Unfortunately, when he lashed out with all his strength, it didn't have much effect on Wang Mang's lightning dragon. On the contrary, the black lightning dragon seemed to be angered by the whip. It bared its fangs and claws as it pounced forward. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged the black lightning dragon, but in the next moment, something that made him even more terrified. He saw that the black lightning dragon was still following closely behind him. Not only that, its speed was getting faster and faster. No matter how he dodged, he still couldn't escape from the lightning too. This made the middle-aged man was in a sorry state. He could feel that this black lightning dragon was very powerful. Furthermore, he had definitely reached the first heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. What made him even more terrified was that Wang Mang's strength had also reached the first heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. This meant that Wang Mang had been hiding his strength all along. Even if the two of them fought normally, it was unknown whether they would survive. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man regretted. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have been so arrogant and chased after Wang Mang for so long. He should have just said it directly. After all, they were all immortal emperors. Even the young master wouldn't dare to do anything to them, because, to put it bluntly, they were all subordinates of the city lord of myriad demons. However, now that he had chased after Wang Mang, there was a possibility that he might lose his life. But at this moment, the terrifying lightning dragon suddenly sped up and crashed into his chest. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man was instantly sent flying. His face was extremely pale, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a madman. Similarly, he turned around and ran without hesitation. He had no intention of fighting with Wang Mang at all, because Wang Mang's aura was too terrifying. It was even stronger than his aura. Because of this, if he continued to fight, he definitely wouldn't be Wang Mang's match. Seeing the guy trying to run away, Wang Mang instantly sneered and used the hand of the void. The middle-aged immortal emperor who was running away was instantly grabbed by a giant hand that appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, this guy couldn't help but let out a scream. But very soon, a terrifying power exploded from his body, and he instantly broke free from the hand of the void. But before he could escape, the terrifying lightning dragon instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the middle-aged immortal emperor couldn't help but scream in fear, "No!" At the same time, He instantly used all the power in his body to condense a terrifying air wall in an attempt to block the lightning dragon's attack. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the lightning dragon instantly broke through the air wall and grabbed him with its dragon claws. Seeing this, Wang Mang instantly transformed into a huge body. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this guy. At the same time, the huge lightning dragon instantly turned into a terrifying amount of power and rushed into Wang Mang's body. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a first heaven of Holy Emperor. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 30 million energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. The only thing that Wang Mang felt a little regretful was that the reward for devouring a holy emperor was too little. After shaking his head, Wang Mang stopped thinking about it and immediately rushed to the cave of 10,000 demons. 2 hours later, Wang Mang successfully arrived near the cave of 10,000 demons. It was worth mentioning that when Wang Mang arrived near the cave of 10,000 demons, he saw many experts rushing into the cave of 10,000 demons. But what made Wang Mang a little confused was, where did Sword Noble go? At this moment, Wang Mang heard a familiar and weak voice. Brother Wang Mang, I'm here. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately looked sideways. In the distant forest, Sword Noble appeared in front of him with a pale face. He looked very haggard and weak. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. After seeing Sword Noble, Wang Mang immediately rushed forward and asked with a worried face, Brother Sword Noble, what's going on? Hearing this, Sword Noble's face immediately turned pale, and he smiled bitterly. Sigh, I'm already seriously injured. If I don't have powerful healing pills, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover for a few months. So, I have to go back and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect the competition for the position of saint. Wang Mang was shocked when he heard the Sword Sovereign's words. He carefully sensed the Sword Sovereign. He found that Sword Noble's aura was indeed very unstable. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. For a moment, Wang Mang's eyes flickered. At the same time, killing intent gradually rose in his heart. It was impossible for him to let Sword Noble go. It was even more impossible for him to go back and recover. But before he made a move, but to be on the safe side, Wang Mang decided to wait until he figured out the situation. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask with a worried expression, Brother Sword Noble, are you really not going to enter the cave of 10,000 demons? Hearing this, Sword Noble's face turned pale, and he said helplessly, Brother, I can't even unleash the strength of a holy emperor. Don't talk about entering the cave of 10,000 demons. I have to go back and heal as soon as possible. In addition, Brother Wang Mang, please help me stall Gu Yuan and Zun Long if they want to enter the cave of 10,000 demons. Try to stall them. It's best if they can't enter the cave of 10,000 demons. Chapter 668. Wang Mang was speechless when he heard that. F***CK. I'm going to kill you. How dare you order me around? Moreover, how could Wang Mang stop them? He couldn't wait for Zun Long and Gu Yuan to enter the myriad demon cave. Wang Mang sneered in his heart, but on the surface he said righteously, Brother Sword Noble, don't worry. I'll do my best. Thank you, brother. The pale-faced Sword Noble nodded and prepared to leave. However, what he didn't know was that Wang Mang had already taken out the immortal emperor mask and put it on his face. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was the divine martial sword. Then Wang Mang attacked and slashed at Sword Noble's head from behind. However, Sword Noble was indeed a peerless genius. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and he reacted instantly. He subconsciously retreated and dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Then he looked at Wang Mang in shock and anger and said in disbelief, "Brother Wang Mang, why are you doing this?" At the same time, he looked at the mask on Wang Mang's face in shock. Wang Mang grinned when he heard that. "Your reaction is quite fast. Why did you attack me?" Sword Noble didn't answer the question and asked angrily. Wang Mang shrugged helplessly. "You can't blame me for this. I'm also determined to get the position of saint." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang raised his divine martial sword and attacked again. Moreover, Wang Mang's speed became faster and faster. He was like a shadow as he charged at Sword Noble and used his killing moves. Although Sword Noble wasn't slow, he was seriously injured. The sword wounds on his body began to increase. In just a short while, Sword Noble had already been hit dozens of times. His body was covered in wounds and blood. At the same time, Sword Lord was also furious. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of resentment. "You really are a cruel and unscrupulous person. I treat you like a brother, but you're so cruel. You're trying to kill me." Wang Mang didn't care about Sword Noble's curses. "Brother Sword Noble, why do you have to do this? Why don't you just stand there and let me give you some pain?" Sword Noble immediately sneered. "Do you think it'll be fine if you kill me? The myriad demon sacred land has god-level experts. It's easy for them to deduce this. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to hide it." Wang Mang grinned and said, "The 10,000 demons' holy land only has a rule that forbids killing one another within the holy land. There's no rule that forbids killing one another outside. Thus, even if I kill you today, I will not violate the rules of the 10,000 devil holy land." After he finished saying those words, Wang Mang's killing intent soared, and he unleashed an all-out attack without holding back. The first firmament of the Saint Emperor realm forced Sword Noble to dodge. His injuries were getting worse and worse. In the end, Sword Noble had nowhere to hide under Wang Mang's divine ability. He was grabbed by Wang Mang's hand of the void and couldn't struggle. At that moment, Sword Sovereign's face twisted as he looked at Wang Mang, who was rushing over with his sword raised. He looked at Wang Mang with resentment and cursed, "I'm just one step ahead of you. You bastard, you'll follow in my footsteps sooner or later." Wang Mang was expressionless. He pierced Sword Noble's chest and pulled out his sword. Looking at the lifeless Sword Sovereign, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into a giant python and swallowed him into its bloody mouth. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a supreme prodigy. Obtained 30 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 1 talent point. Note, when you have a certain amount of talent points, you can increase your aptitude. Note, talent points can be obtained by devouring prodigies." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang, who was originally sad, couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell was talent points? Out of curiosity, Wang Mang began to ask the system. However, when Wang Mang found out about his talent, he immediately became excited. Because the talent points were too heaven-defying, it could increase one's aptitude. For example, as long as he obtained enough talent points, he could increase his aptitude. However, the only drawback of obtaining the talent points was that he had to kill enough geniuses. For example, devouring a supreme prodigy could give him 1 talent point. To become a supreme prodigy, he needed 3 talent points. Devouring a supreme prodigy could give him 10 talent points. To become a supreme prodigy, he needed 30 talent points. Devouring a supreme prodigy could give him 50 talent points. To become a supreme prodigy, he needed 150 talent points. Devouring a young legendary prodigy could give him 100 talent points. To become a young legendary prodigy, He needed 300 talent points. Devouring a young legendary prodigy could give him 500 talent points. To become a young legendary prodigy, he needed 1,500 talent points. Devouring a young supreme prodigy could give him 5,000 talent points. To become a young supreme prodigy, he needed 15,000 talent points. It could be said that the talent points directly gave Wang Mang a way to become a stronger prodigy. If Wang Mang hadn't killed a supreme prodigy, he wouldn't know how to become a stronger prodigy. At this time, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, what about other people hunting prodigies?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Warm reminder to the host, when other people hunt other prodigies, they can also obtain talent points. Ding. After killing enough prodigies, other prodigies can also become stronger prodigies. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang suddenly understood. At the same time, he felt a little restless. This was because not all prodigies knew about this. Otherwise, prodigies would probably go crazy when they saw other prodigies. After all, as long as they killed a certain number of prodigies, they could become a stronger prodigy. If this news were to spread, the other prodigies in the Sacred Emperor continent would definitely go crazy. At the same time, Wang Mang's murderous intent surged. He decided that from now on, he would hunt more supreme prodigies. Once he had the chance, Wang Mang wouldn't mind killing more. That's right. This was especially true for the weaker geniuses. For example, those participants in the sacred ground of 10,000 demons. Wang Mang didn't have the confidence to kill Gu Yuan and Zun Long. However, Wang Mang was confident about the rest of the sacred ground candidates. Moreover, these candidates were also supreme prodigies. If he could kill them, he would definitely obtain a lot of talent points. If he killed enough of them, he could also become a supreme prodigy. Chapter 669. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang decided to stay near the 10,000 Demons Cave. If more peerless geniuses appeared in the 10,000 Demons Cave, then he wouldn't mind killing them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang put away the immortal emperor's mask. At that moment, a surprised voice was heard. "Fellow Taoist, why are you here? Didn't you enter the 10,000 Demons Cave with Sword Sovereign?" Hearing those words, Wang Mang raised his head and saw 7 young men with powerful auras standing there. Wang Mang had seen one of them before. It was none other than Lu Sun, who was from the same faction as Wang Mang. The other 6 people were also wearing the exclusive uniform of the 10,000 Demons' sacred land. They were all peerless geniuses. After seeing these 7 fellows, Wang Mang was instantly astonished. He even suspected that all the candidates for the successor of the 10,000 Demons' sacred land were here. However, that was indeed the case. As for the person who spoke to Wang Mang, it was a young man who looked extremely cultured and elegant. He had a smile on his face and gave off a refreshing feeling. It was completely different from Wang Mang's dark and cold aura. Similarly, this cultured and elegant young man's aura was also very terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Sword Sovereign's. At that moment, he was looking at Wang Mang with a faint smile. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask softly, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" Hearing this, the cultured and elegant man smiled and said, "You can call me Zun Long." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes flickered. So this kid is Zun Long. He is indeed someone that even Sword Sovereign is not confident in dealing with. This was because Wang Mang felt an extremely dangerous aura from Zun Long. It was much more threatening than the one Sword Sovereign gave him back then. "You are Sword Sovereign's lackey, right? Where is your master, Sword Sovereign?" At that moment, an arrogant young man with his arms crossed in front of him asked indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes flashed with killing intent, but he still smiled and said, "Sword Sovereign has already returned to the 10,000 demons' sacred land. He said that there is a great danger in the myriad demons' cave, so he just returned. He also asked me to pass on a message to all of you. You must not enter the myriad demons' cave." Although Wang Mang made up this sentence, he really didn't lie to them. Would Wang Mang be so kind as to tell them the truth? On the contrary, Wang Mang said that on purpose. That was because Wang Mang himself wanted to lure them in. He only needed to do the opposite, and these fellows would only treat his words as nonsense. Or perhaps it was the Sword Sovereign who had asked Wang Mang to stay behind and interfere with their entry into the myriad demons' cave. As expected, after hearing Wang Mang's words, the arrogant young man sneered, "Do you really think I, Gu Yuan, am a fool? If I'm not wrong, Tiger, Sword King intentionally left you behind to delay us from entering the cave." Hearing that, a trace of panic appeared on Wang Mang's face, but he quickly calmed down and persuaded, "Everyone, I'm telling the truth. Please don't make a mistake." Gu Yuan sneered and said, "Let's go. This kid wants to delay us. He's overestimating himself." After saying that, Gu Yuan prepared to walk into the myriad demons' cave without looking back. Wang Mang immediately went forward to stop him and persuaded earnestly, "Fellow Taoist, please believe me. I really didn't lie to you. I have a premonition that there is a great danger in the myriad demons' cave." Hearing that, Gu Yuan sneered and said, "Get lost. Don't make me do it." After saying that, Gu Yuan walked towards Wang Mang step by step. His eyes were very sharp, and the killing intent on his face was undisguised. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's expression changed drastically. Only then did he reluctantly give way. Seeing this, Gu Yuan sneered. Then he instructed the two legendary geniuses behind him, "Sword King, this bastard is not bad. The two of you stay outside the cave. If other experts want to enter, you two will stop them together." Obviously, Gu Yuan wanted to prevent other experts from entering the myriad demons' cave. That was because the more people who entered the myriad demons' cave, the more people would fight for the opportunity. Hearing that, even Zunlong's eyes lit up. Then he smiled gently and said, "Brothers, 3 of you stay here. My 3 brothers, you should stay behind as well. If you discover anyone trying to enter the myriad demons' cave, stop them if you can." At this point, Zunlong glanced at Wang Mang and said with a faint smile, "After all, this fellow Taoist said that the cave is extremely dangerous. If an ant from the mortal world enters, I'm afraid his life will be in danger." After saying that, Zunlong chuckled and walked with his hands behind his back. He walked side by side with Gu Yuan and walked towards the myriad demons' cave. Seeing this, Wang Mang's face was immediately filled with worry. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. However, in fact, Wang Mang was already overjoyed. Wasn't this the result that he wanted? After all, Zunlong and Gu Yuan's auras were too strong. Even Sword King had easily escaped the pursuit of a mid-stage sage emperor back then. This also proved that they still had some trump cards. Wang Mang would definitely not be able to take them down when they were at their peak. However, it was different for these legendary geniuses who were left behind. Although they were also peerless geniuses, their strength was not strong enough. The strongest among them was merely a peerless genius at the 7th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. The weakest among them was a 5th heaven immortal emperor peerless genius. With such strength, even if all of them were to join forces, Wang Mang would not be afraid. It could be said that Wang Mang would definitely defeat these 5 legendary geniuses. Even Jesus would not be able to stop them. He, Wang Mang, said it after watching Gu Yuan and Zunlong enter the myriad demons' cave. Wang Mang could not help but smile. However, Lu Sun happened to see this scene. He saw a strange smile on Wang Mang's face. Lu Sun suddenly had a very bad feeling. At this moment, Wang Mang also happened to see Lu Sun. He saw Lu Sun staring at him with a frown. Wang Mang was a little surprised. Could it be that this guy saw something? Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, Lu Sun said expressionlessly, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to do, so I'll go out for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sun turned around and left under the puzzled gazes of the four legendary geniuses. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. Not long after Lu Sun left, he smiled and said, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, I'm going to find something to eat." After saying that under the dumbfounded gazes of the four legendary geniuses, Wang Mang also left. As for why he left, of course, it was to kill Lu Sun, because this guy was a legendary genius. Once he killed him, he would be able to obtain talent points. At the same time, on the way back to the myriad demons' sacred land, Lu Sun did not know why. The uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger, especially when he thought of the strange smile on Wang Mang's face. He had a feeling that there was a huge conspiracy hidden in this. At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. "Fellow Taoist, where are you going?" Chapter 670. That chuckle sounded familiar, but when it reached Lu Sun's ears, it made his scalp tingle. The next moment, he looked up and saw a familiar figure in front of him. Wang Mang was wearing a white brocade robe and an immortal emperor mask. He was looking at him with a smile. After seeing Wang Mang, Lu Sun became even more vigilant. If what he said before was just his baseless conjecture, but now he knew that his guess was right, especially when he sensed that Wang Mang was emitting a terrifying aura that made his scalp tingle. Peak first heaven of Saint Emperor. In other words, Wang Mang had been hiding his strength all this time. Thinking of that, Lu Sun felt a chill in his heart. He felt that Wang Mang was too good at hiding his strength. It was too terrifying. He clearly had the strength of a peak first heaven of Saint Emperor. He was not even weaker than Gu Yuan, Zunlong, and Sword King. But he hid himself and was willing to be Sword King's lackey. There was the smell of a conspiracy everywhere. He'd even started to suspect that the Sword Monarch had been killed by Wang Mang. Thinking of that, he could not help but shudder. Then he looked at Wang Mang in surprise and said in a deep voice, "I never thought that you would hide your strength so well. If I'm not wrong, your strength is not inferior to the three of them. Also, this so-called 10,000 demons cave should be a big trap, right? But that doesn't make sense. You can't take out a fifth-stage supreme treasure as a trap." Hearing that, Wang Mang immediately looked at Lu Sun in surprise. This kid was not stupid. Previously, Wang Mang had already felt that this kid had guessed something. But now, it seemed that this guy had guessed quite a lot. No wonder this Brett wanted to run away, without saying a word. But after seeing Lu Sun's puzzled look, Wang Mang could not help but feel proud. Then, Wang Mang slowly walked toward Lu Sun and said with a smile, "That's right. That's right. It's true that I can't take out a Tier 5 Supreme Treasure. Let's use a Tier 5 Supreme Treasure that can raise one's cultivation level as a trap. But the Myriad Demons Cave itself is a trap. These people who enter the Myriad Demons Cave basically have no chance of coming out alive. Because what awaits them is a God Emperor-level old monster. Do you think they can come out alive?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Lu Sun's face was full of shock. At the same time, he looked like he suddenly realized something. "I understand. Back then, the news spread so quickly in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. It was definitely your doing, right? You already knew about the situation in the Myriad Demons Cave, so you purposely spread the news to lure them here. This way, once you kill Sword Sovereign, Gu Yuan, And Zunlong, no one will be able to match you. The position of Holy Sun will definitely fall into your hands. Wang Mang smiled and nodded. That's right. The position of Holy Sun is already in my bag. Are you willing to assist me? As he spoke, Wang Mang's ocean-like, frightening magic power also became berserk. Seeing this, Lu Sun immediately knew. If he rejected Wang Mang would not let him go. This was because he had killed so many peerless geniuses in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. Whether Wang Mang would get the position of Holy Sun was another matter, but he would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Lu Sun decided to give in for the time being. Thinking of this, Lu Sun immediately cupped his hands and said, I am willing to be brother Wang Mang's right-hand man. Hearing this, Wang Mang laughed in satisfaction and said, Good, 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 very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang suddenly grabbed Lu Sun's neck with one hand. At the same time, Wang Mang hit Lu Sun's head several times with all his might. Uffed. Several mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Lu Sun's face was filled with pain and ferocity. He looked at Wang Mang in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why you still want to kill me? This was because Wang Mang's previous attacks were all aimed at his primordial spirit. Under Wang Mang's sneak attack, his primordial spirit had already been smashed into pieces by the attacks. It could be said that he was definitely going to die now. Hearing this, Wang Mang said expressionlessly, I can only fulfill my wish by killing you. After saying that, Wang Mang hit him with all his might. The palm hit the top of Lu Sun's head. Rumble! There was a loud explosion. Lu Sun's primordial spirit, which was originally smashed into pieces, completely exploded. At the same time, Lu Sun was bleeding from his pores, and his vitality had completely dissipated. In the next moment, Wang Mang directly transformed into the body of a giant python and swallowed him into his mouth. Then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a peerless genius, obtained 10 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a peerless genius, obtained 1 talent value. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. Now, he already had a talent of 2 points. He was a small step closer to becoming a peerless genius. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then, Wang Mang couldn't help but be tempted again. Because outside the cave of 10,000 demons, there were still 4 peerless geniuses. If he killed them all, he could get another 4 talent value. But there was only one thing that made Wang Mang feel a little conflicted. If he really did this, all the peerless geniuses in the Holy Land of 10,000 demons were dead. Wasn't this too obvious? But the problem was 4 talent value. This was really tempting. After hesitating for a while, Wang Mang finally made up his mind. He finally decided to take action. In fact, he could also choose to leave one alive. But if he did this, he might as well kill them all. In addition, if this mission was completed, he would be able to break through a small realm. At that time, the Holy Land of 10,000 demons couldn't just kill him, right? After all, he was already dead. How could a dead person be more valuable than a living person? Thinking of this, Wang Mang's figure moved and rushed toward the cave of 10,000 demons. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 1 billion energy value. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained an immortal king-level blind box. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. Damn, did Gu Yuan Zunlong die just like that? To be honest, Wang Mang thought that these two guys would definitely die. After all, the system said that there was an emperor god level old monster in the cave of 10,000 demons. But he didn't expect that not long after entering the cave of 10,000 demons, the two of them were completely dead. Wasn't this too freaking fast? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh, because after he killed the other four Heaven's favorites, he would kill them all. By then, he would be the only legendary prodigy left in the holy land of 10,000 demons. No one would be able to compete with him for the position of the son of Saint. No, there wouldn't even be a competitor. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel proud. Damn it, so what if you're strong? I'll just use a little trick. Didn't the legendary prodigies still die? Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. The battle for the position of Son of Saint hasn't even started yet, but all my opponents are dead. Sigh. It's really lonely at the top. It's so lonely being invincible. Chapter 671. It was not that Wang Mang was bragging. It was really lonely. After all, he did not even have any competitors. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang sighed. Then, Wang Mang immediately turned around and rushed towards the cave of 10,000 demons. An hour later, Wang Mang arrived near the cave of 10,000 demons. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that when he arrived near the cave of 10,000 demons, Wang Mang saw that 5 late-stage immortal emperors were fighting with the geniuses of the cave of 10,000 demons. Moreover, the battle between the two sides had reached its climax. The area within 1,000 miles was a mess. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly laughed. He felt that this was an opportunity for him to attack. Besides, Wang Mang was a member of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons. Of course, he could not sit back and do nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Mang no longer hesitated. He took out the Immortal Emperor mask and put it on. Then he directly attacked. In the next moment, Wang Mang suddenly raised his hand, and a palm of vast power blasted towards the 2 late-stage immortal emperors. The 2 late-stage immortal emperors were an old rogue cultivator at the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor realm and a peerless genius at the 6th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. When they saw Wang Mang's palm, the two of them were dumbfounded and turned pale with fright. However, before the two of them could react, they were severely injured by Wang Mang's palm. They were bleeding profusely. The two of them fell to the ground in a sorry state. They raised their heads and looked at Wang Mang in horror. Their faces were full of confusion. Obviously, they did not understand where Wang Mang came from. Moreover, why did Wang Mang suddenly attack them? In an instant, not only was the old rogue cultivator dumbfounded, similarly, the peerless geniuses of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons were also dumbfounded. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Why did you attack the Holy Land of 10,000 demons? Senior, we have not offended you, have we? Why did you do this to us? Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled awkwardly. Which rogue cultivator did I want to kill just now? As for injuring the people of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land, it was purely an accident. Hearing this, the Heaven's favorite was dumbfounded, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the name of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land was quite useful, because in the vicinity of the Myriad Devil City, the name of the Myriad Devil Holy Land was a golden signboard. Ordinary loose cultivators would not dare to make a move against people from the Myriad Devil Holy Land. As for why these rogue immortal emperors would attack the peerless geniuses of the 1,000 Devil Sacred Ground, this was because the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land had gone too far, guarding the Myriad Demons' cave, preventing them from entering the cave to search for opportunities. As for the old rogue cultivator, his face was filled with terror. However, He was cursing Wang Mang in his heart. What the hell? Did I ever offend you? Why do you want to kill me? Of course. These words were only in his mind. At this moment, he hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I've never offended you before. He did not know why Wang Mang wanted to kill him, for no reason. But in the face of absolute strength, he did not have the slightest intention of resisting. As for escaping, he did not even think about it. Moreover, if an immortal emperor wanted to escape from a sage emperor, that was basically impossible. Similarly, after the rogue cultivator begged for mercy, the other peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land and the rogue cultivators also looked over. Some of the rogue cultivators even had the urge to escape. This was because the appearance of a sage emperor meant that the situation was out of their control. At this moment, Wang Mang also noticed the gazes of the other experts. Thinking of this, Wang Mang knew that he could not kill the rogue cultivator now. Otherwise, once he killed the old rogue cultivator, the other rogue cultivators would definitely escape immediately when they saw that the situation was not good. Thinking of this, Wang Mang still decided to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to catch them one by one. Therefore, Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "All right, come over obediently. Don't force me to make a move. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the remaining 3 rogue cultivators looked at each other and walked toward Wang Mang obediently. "Greetings, Senior." The 3 rogue cultivators looked at Wang Mang respectfully. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and waved at the 4 peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. He said indifferently, "Come over too." After hesitating for a moment, the 4 peerless geniuses also approached Wang Mang. Of course, this was mainly because Wang Mang's previous words were effective. In their opinion, even if Wang Mang was a rogue cultivator and a sage emperor, he would not easily attack them. Among the 4 peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. In fact, some of them had already recognized the immortal emperor mask on Wang Mang's face. Soon, the 4 peerless geniuses also approached. At this moment, one of them suddenly reached out and grabbed the immortal emperor mask on Wang Mang's face. Fortunately, Wang Mang's reaction speed was extremely fast. He grabbed this fellow's hand with one palm. At the same time, Wang Mang was furious and directly attacked. He slapped the peerless genius of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. No. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, Wang Mang slapped with all his might. The peerless genius instantly turned pale with fright and screamed in horror. This was because he did not expect that his sneak attack would also fail. Originally, he wanted to sneak attack and take the opportunity to take off Wang Mang's immortal emperor mask. That way, he would be qualified to participate in the battle for the position of saint in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. But in the end, he failed. The next moment, bang! A loud sound was heard. That guy's head was instantly blasted into a bloody mist by Wang Mang. At the same time, enraged, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into an enormous python's body and swallowed it whole. Then, the system's voice was heard. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peerless genius of the 6th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully killed a peerless genius. Obtained 1 talent point." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was still furious. Then, under the shocked gazes of the other 3 peerless geniuses, Wang Mang attacked again, and it was a killing move. Wang Mang's 2 palms carried a terrifying amount of dermic powers, and instantly slammed towards two of the peerless geniuses. The two peerless geniuses did not even have time to react before they were killed on the spot by Wang Mang. Their heads were blasted into a bloody mist. Similarly, the other peerless genius was also severely injured by Wang Mang's remaining power. Just as this peerless genius was about to flee in fear, Wang Mang attacked again. Another palm slammed towards his opponent's face. This peerless genius tried his best to use his dermic powers to block it, but he was still killed by Wang Mang's palm. At this point, the four peerless geniuses had all died in the hands of Wang Mang. Then Wang Mang transformed into a giant python and swallowed the three peerless geniuses into its bloody mouth. At the same time, the system's voice was heard. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a peerless genius of the sixth heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a peerless genius. Obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a peerless genius of the sixth heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Obtained 10 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a peerless genius. Obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a sixth heaven immortal emperor peerless genius. Obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully killed a peerless genius. Obtained 1 talent point. Chapter 672. After the system's voice ended, only then did Wang Mang's anger subside, slightly. The reason why he was so angry was that this guy was simply courting death. He actually dared to attack him, and even wanted to snatch his immortal emperor mask. To Wang Mang, this was simply an unforgivable crime. Damn it! All this time, it was only him, Wang Mang, who snatched other people's things. When had he ever been snatched by others? No. Who dared to snatch his things? No one. Moreover, he would never allow anyone to snatch his things. Moreover, this person wanted to snatch his supreme treasure, the 5th stage Immortal Emperor Mask. This thing was practically Wang Mang's reverse scale. It was even more important than his wife. How could he allow others to snatch it away? Most importantly, not only did they snatch his Immortal Emperor Mask, they were also so weak. Did they really think that he, Wang Mang, was a vegetarian? At the same time, not far away, the 4 late-stage Immortal Emperor rogue cultivators were already scared silly by Wang Mang. They didn't expect Wang Mang to be so cruel just because a guy wanted to snatch his mask. In the end, this lord's killing intent was aroused, and he started a massacre. And he immediately killed all the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Sacred Land. If they were to do this, they definitely wouldn't dare to do so, although they were all late-stage Immortal Emperor rogue cultivators. But if they were to really kill the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 Devil Sacred Land, they definitely wanted to do so, but they didn't have the guts. Looking at the 4 rogue cultivators who were trembling in fear, Wang Mang raised his hand and set up another barrier, sealing off the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, the 4 rogue cultivators were instantly terrified. They looked at Wang Mang with trembling eyes and said in horror, "Senior, please spare us." "Yeah, Senior, we didn't see anything." Obviously, setting up a barrier was a sign that he was going to kill them. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell. Naturally, they had to beg for mercy. As for rebelling against Wang Mang, what a joke. They weren't peerless geniuses. How big was the difference in strength between an immortal emperor and a sage emperor? It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Apart from heaven-defying geniuses, no one could surpass it. But what about those geniuses just now? He was directly defeated by Wang Mang. He didn't even last a few minutes. They didn't think that he was much stronger than those legendary geniuses. Hearing that, Wang Mang looked at them with an indifferent expression, then attacked again. 10 minutes later, the screams stopped abruptly. At this point, Wang Mang had completely taken care of everyone. Similarly, these 4 rogue cultivators were late-stage immortal emperors. It also gave Wang Mang 20 million energy value. At this moment, Wang Mang was preparing to leave. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance. This immediately caused Wang Mang to frown. Could it be that another expert had come? Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang waved his hand and dispelled the barrier, quickly leaving the vicinity of the myriad demons' cave. It was worth mentioning. On the way back, Wang Mang was in a good mood, because Wang Mang had a premonition. He was very close to breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, his current energy value had accumulated to the point where he was close to breaking through to the next realm. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel even more elated. I'll wander around the myriad demons' sacred land first. I'll go back when the battle for the saint is about to begin. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang hummed a little tune and bypassed the myriad demons' city. It took another 2 days to reach the vicinity of the myriad demons' sacred land. As for why Wang Mang bypassed the myriad demons' city, he didn't want to meet any playboy from the myriad demons' city again, because if he really met him, Wang Mang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist killing him. The key was that if he wanted to kill him, so be it. This guy's father was a god emperor-level expert. If he couldn't provoke him, he could just hide. But after arriving near the myriad demons' sacred land, Wang Mang didn't choose to return to the myriad demons' sacred land. On the contrary, he began to wander around the myriad demons' mountain. Half a day later, Wang Mang found an extremely secluded cave near the myriad demons' mountain. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang went into the cave and decided to take a look at his recent gains. Therefore, after entering the cave, Wang Mang didn't hesitate to say in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of a quasi-sage, sacred land member. Type, void python, limit 700 meters. Realm, sixth heaven of the immortal emperor, legendary prodigy. Physique, HP 16,000, energy 16,000, length 665 meters, with 31 meters, weight 25 million tons. Ordinary divine ability, God-controlling seal, void hand, void blade, void escape, one step to the horizon, shape-shifting. Top divine ability, 3 lives, supreme Buddha, greater mastery, Hongjun 3 corpses technique, none, wrath of gods and demons perfection. Space, rank 5 pill formula X1, one-time top unlucky card X1, 1 bottle of oblivion, 1 falling saint pill, rank 5 abyss subordinate summoning card. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, 200 million immortal stones, immortal king grade blind box X1, talent value, 6, energy value, 1, 62 billion/2 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Before this, he knew that evolution was close at hand. Now that he had read his personal information, it was as he had guessed. He had already accumulated 1, 62 billion energy value, adding in 200 million immortal stones. That was 1, 82 billion. He was less than 200 million energy value away from evolution. More importantly, he still had an immortal king grade blind box. Maybe his luck would come, and he could really open it with 200 million energy value. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly became a little restless. If he could evolve this time, after he became the Holy Son and completed the mission, he would definitely be able to evolve again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally decided to open the Immortal King Grade Blind Box first. After all, it was an Immortal King Grade Blind Box. It shouldn't be as bad as an Immortal Grade Blind Box, right? After all, he had never opened an Immortal King Grade Blind Box before. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal King Grade Blind Box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the Immortal King Grade Blind Box." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 100 million energy value." Is he? F*CK. F*CK. Awesome. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. F*CK. As expected, the Immortal King Grade Blind Box was indeed different. It was on a completely different level from the Immortal Grade Blind Box. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately suppressed his excitement and began to look forward to the next prize. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 100 million energy value." Awesome. The Immortal King Grade Blind Box was awesome. After hearing that another 100 million energy value had been opened, Wang Mang couldn't stop smiling. This Immortal King Grade Blind Box was indeed completely different from the Immortal Grade Blind Box. The Immortal Grade Blind Box was indeed very deceptive. However, the Immortal King Grade Blind Box did not disappoint Wang Mang. Wang Mang was in a good mood. A minute passed quickly. Chapter 673. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained 4 points of talent." Is he? What the F*CK? Talent points can be obtained. Isn't this 2F* King insane? When he heard the system's announcement, Wang Mang even thought that he had heard it wrong. This was a talent value. This was too rare. This was because even if Wang Mang killed a peerless genius, he would still be able to kill a peerless genius. It could only provide him with 1 point of talent points. Therefore, it could be said that apart from energy points, Wang Mang only wanted 2 things the most. The first was a level 5 treasure that could increase his combat strength. The second was to increase his aptitude. This talent point was just too heaven-defying. Therefore, Wang Mang was in a great mood at this moment. What's more, his evolution this time was already set in stone. Therefore, Wang Mang actually wanted talent points more. It would be great if he could get more talent points. Under Wang Mang's anticipation, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained 100 million energy points." When he heard the system's announcement, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh to himself. Sigh. Another 100 million energy points. "System Daddy, give me some talent points. Your son, want to sweep through everything, beat up prodigies, and suppress an era." Obviously, ever since he had obtained the talent points, Wang Mang was even more eager to obtain them. After all, Wang Mang didn't want to continue to grow and be a miser. If it was possible, Wang Mang also wanted to kill prodigies, step on prodigies, and suppress the younger generation of the Sacred Emperor continent. Moreover, when Wang Mang realized that he could obtain the talent points, Wang Mang also started to pay attention to this thing. That was because he already had 10 points of innate talent. With another 20 points of talent points, he could become a peerless prodigy. After all, Wang Mang was the future holy son of the all-demons Holy Land. Only peerless prodigies were worthy of his status as the saint. At this moment, The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 100 million energy values. Another 100 million energy points. Do you dare to give me some talent points? After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang couldn't help but be speechless. Fine. He had to admit that. Wang Mang was indeed a little arrogant now. Originally, Wang Mang had expected this immortal king-grade blind box to be worth 200 million energy points. However, after discovering that the immortal king-grade blind box was so awesome, Wang Mang's requirements had also increased. There was nothing wrong with this. Who wouldn't want to get something better? Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 600 million energy values. That's right. Finally, it didn't cost 100 million. After hearing the system open 600 million energy value, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this immortal king-grade blind box. So far, it had given him 1 billion energy values. In addition, he had 4 talent points. Such a reward had simply broken his record for opening a blind box. The blind boxes he had opened in the past had definitely not given such a high energy value. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, level 5 top elixir, 6 flavor emperor pill. Note, after using this elixir, it can allow a stage 5 expert to advance by a small realm. Every stage 5 expert can only use it once. What the F***CK? Was it the 6 flavor Remania pill, or was it the 6 flavor emperor pill? This name sounded a little familiar. What the F***CK? Wasn't this a kind of medicine on Earth? What was the advertising slogan again? 6 flavor Remania pill, specially used to treat lumbar discs? What shocked Wang Mang even more was that the effect of this 6 flavor Remania pill was too awesome. It could actually allow a stage 5 expert to advance by a small realm. This was no different from a free evolution opportunity, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was both shocked and excited. F***CK. His luck had finally turned. Finally, something good came out of it. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had opened something good. Today, he had finally waited for the clouds to open and the moon to see the moon. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host obtained 80 million energy values. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Not bad. This was the immortal king-grade blind box. He didn't even get a single piece of trash. It was 2F***king awesome. In a good mood, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, exchange 200 million immortal stones for energy values. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Immortal stones exchange successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 200 million energy values. Ding. Accumulate conditions to meet evolution. Do you want to begin evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang only wanted to say one word. Awesome. At this moment, Wang Mang felt unprecedentedly carefree because his energy value had reached to 9 billion. Even if he evolved, he still had 900 million energy values left. After he became a saint, he could continue to evolve. More importantly, as long as he wanted to, he could evolve twice in a row. Moreover, he had 2 choices now. The first choice was to evolve twice in a row, raise his cultivation level to the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. In this case, Wang Mang's combat power would reach the 1st heaven of the immortal emperor realm, and with the immortal emperor mask, his combat power would reach the third heaven of the immortal emperor realm. But Wang Mang was a little hesitant. Should he use the 6-flavor Remania pill now? After all, this thing was indeed better the later it was used. Once he reached the immortal emperor realm, the benefits would be maximized, because the further he cultivated, the more terrifying the amount of resources he would need to consume would be. Therefore, the later he used the 6-flavor Remania pill, the more valuable it would be. After pondering for a long time, Wang Mang finally decided not to use the 6-flavor Remania pill for the time being. He decided to use it when he broke through to the immortal emperor realm. In other words, he could use it when he broke through to the immortal emperor realm. With this thought, Wang Mang gave up on the idea of using the 6-flavor Remania pill, because Wang Mang felt that after he broke through to the 7th heaven of the immortal emperor realm, he would definitely become a saint. By then, he would have the cultivation level of a 7th heaven of the immortal emperor realm and the combat power of a 9th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. With the immortal emperor mask, his combat power would reach the 2nd heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, he did not even have an opponent to compete with for the position of the saint. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! 2 billion energy values have been successfully deducted. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. Chapter 674. At the same time, Wang Mang was in seclusion to evolve. On the other hand, in the heavily guarded back mountain of the holy land of 10,000 demons, the 3 old men at the god-emperor level sat facing each other. Their faces were dark and gloomy. The bloodthirsty patriarch said with an ugly expression, "God fiend, that kid from your lineage is too vicious," said the god fiend. He even killed all the participants in the competition for the son of saint. He is willing to do anything to obtain the position of the son of saint. The fiend god ancestor felt rather helpless when he heard this, because Wang Mang's words and actions were too vicious and cruel. This was simply a case of the student surpassing the master, at least the 3 of them. The competition for the position of the son of saint was not so vicious. Why did they know that Wang Mang was the one who killed all the participants? After all, it was simply impossible to hide Wang Mang's matter from them. Don't forget, they were god emperors. They could deduce it with a pinch of their fingers, unless the opponent was more powerful than them, or they might be god emperor level experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from the heavens. They would still be able to deduce it easily. Therefore, Wang Mang's actions, they already knew. This brat's methods are indeed a little vicious, but I have to say that this kid is very suitable for the position of the son of 10,000 demons. Besides, now that he has killed everyone, we can't possibly kill him, right? Also, the Holy Land of 10,000 demons did not stipulate that the disciples of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons cannot kill each other outside. The divine demon patriarch said helplessly after pondering for a while. He did not have a good or bad impression of Wang Mang. After all, if Wang Mang became the son of saint, he would also benefit in the future. The dark patriarch nodded slightly. That's right. We can't break the rules of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons. Although this kid is vicious, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong to the Holy Land of 10,000 demons, we have no reason to attack him. The bloodthirsty patriarch flew into a rage when he heard the dark patriarch's words. Why do we need rules when we attack him? Are you sure that it is a blessing for the Holy Land of 10,000 demons if such a person becomes the son of saint? Hearing this, the dark ancestor said calmly, "I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but we can't interfere with the selection of the Holy Son. The bloodthirsty patriarch could do nothing when he saw that the dark patriarch was siding with the celestial demon patriarch. There was not much difference in strength between the three of them. Unfortunately, the strongest was still the dark ancestor. This was because the dark ancestor's bloodline was the current holy master of the 10,000 demons' holy land. Furthermore, the holy master of the 10,000 demons' holy land had already reached the threshold of the God-Emperor realm. If nothing went wrong, the current holy master of the 1,000 devil holy land could also become a God-Emperor. Now that both of them had expressed their stance, Wang Mang made his move. Even if he had a problem with Wang Mang, there was nothing he could do. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was still in a coma during the evolution process, he was completely unaware that he had already walked through the gates of hell. Half a month later, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his evolution. When Wang Mang opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that Wang Mang's eyes were shining brightly. A seventh heaven immortal emperor was indeed incomparable to a sixth heaven immortal emperor. Now, he could feel that his body had become even stronger. From his physical body to the immensity dermic power circulating in his body, there was an obvious qualitative improvement. Similarly, even Wang Mang's primordial spirit had become more solid. This was because every time his strength broke through, his primordial spirit would become stronger. Is this the seventh heaven immortal emperor? I am indeed much stronger than a sixth heaven immortal emperor. Wang Mang could not help but sigh as he looked at the changes in his body. This kind of improvement could not be explained clearly, but he could clearly feel it. Of course, Wang Mang did not know the specific changes in the data. It was more accurate to look at his personal information. Therefore, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, show me my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, member of the Holy Land. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, 6th Heaven Immortal Emperor, peerless genius. Physique, HP 17,000, energy 17,000, length 670 meters, with 32 meters, weight 30 million tons. Ordinary divine powers, God-controlling seal, Hand of the Void, Blade of the Void, Void Escape, Horizon Step, myriad changes. Top divine powers, 3 lives Supreme Buddha, Greater Mastery, Hongjun 3 Corpses Technique, None, Wrath of the Gods and Demons, Perfection, Space. Rank 5 Pill Formula X1, One-Time Top Bad, Luck Card X1, Forgotten Love Water, 1 bottle, Fallen Saint Pill 1, Rank 5 Abyss Summon Card. Equipment, Top World Multicolored Stone X1, Divine Martial Sword, Immortal Emperor Mask, 6 Flavor Emperor Pill 1, Talent 10 points. Energy value, 900 million/2, 5 billion. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. Now, he had absolute confidence in becoming the holy son of the all-demons holy land, especially when he thought that it was less than 10 days away from the election of the all-demons holy land. Wang Mang could not help but laugh again, because after becoming the holy son, he would be able to rise by another small realm. By then, he would also be a holy emperor expert. With such strength, he could even go to the journey to the west, because at the moment, the journey to the west was not as terrifying as the Holy Emperor continent. There were too many God Emperor-level experts in the Holy Emperor continent. A God Emperor-level expert was a sage expert. But how many sage experts were there in the Holy Emperor continent? Even if there were not hundreds of them, it was close. Therefore, Wang Mang had already made up his mind. After he became the Holy Son, he would become a Holy Emperor expert. By then, in the journey to the west, other than sages and some old monsters, Other than that, there should not be many who could pose a threat to him. In fact, if he was a little stronger, he could go to the journey to the west and show off. At this moment, Wang Mang was in high spirits. He suddenly had a feeling of trepidation. There was even an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. F***CK. What was going on? Could it be that he was up to no good? Wang Mang was bewildered. Then, Wang Mang immediately began to calculate with his fingers. However, Wang Mang really did not know who the danger was coming from, because there were too many people who were involved in Wang Mang's karma. For example, the legendary prodigies that he had killed this time. Wait a minute. Legendary prodigies? F***CK? This feeling of uneasiness. Could it be that it came from these prodigies that he had killed, or experts from the families and forces behind these prodigies? Wang Mang suddenly thought of this possibility. Moreover, the more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely. But how powerful would a family force that could nurture a prodigy be? At this thought, Wang Mang's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, a deafening roar of anger was heard. Bastard! How dare you kill the Zun family's prodigies? I'll grind your bones to dust. Chapter 675. This angry roar also proved that Wang Mang's guess was right. Moreover, this voice was like the might of heaven, even deafening him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the newcomer was. Even if he was not an emperor god, he was definitely a late-stage emperor god. At this moment, Wang Mang did not have time to think too much. This sense of crisis was even more terrifying. This feeling made his hair stand on end, as if he was in deep danger. This also made him subconsciously use the void escape and hide in the space. What Wang Mang did not know was that hiding in the space without hesitation was the wisest choice, because the entire mountain where Wang Mang was previously. Now, they had all been reduced to ruins by a single palm strike from this mad peak saint emperor. But in the next moment, just as Wang Mang hid in the space, he was horrified to find that the terrifying aura that suffocated him was still following him. Wang Mang turned around and saw that in the turbulence of space behind him, an incomparably handsome old man with long white hair was now ferocious. His eyes were filled with the desire to tear Wang Mang apart. This white-haired old man looked at Wang Mang with a ferocious and terrifying face and questioned, "You dog, are you the one who killed my Zun family's genius?" Unfortunately, Wang Mang did not have time to pay attention to him at all, nor did he dare to say harsh words to anger him. On the contrary, Wang Mang drilled out of the space again and returned to the real world. Not only that, after returning to the real world, he fled towards the holy land of all demons. Because this old man was too powerful, if he really wanted to fight with this old man, Wang Mang could only use the wrath of gods and demons. Otherwise, it would definitely be disastrous. On the contrary, Wang Mang knew that he only needed to escape to the holy land of all demons. At that time, with the protection of the holy land of all demons, would this old man dare to chase him there? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was filled with anger. He felt that this Zun family was too much of a sore loser. Damn it, he did not kill Zun Long. Revered dragon ran to the myriad demons' cave and died. In the end, the F***king came to kill him? This was going too far. If it was the family behind Sword Sovereign that came to kill him, Wang Mang could accept it. Or perhaps the elders behind the families of the participants of the Holy Sons that he had killed had come to kill him. Wang Mang could also accept it. But the problem was the deaths of Zun Long and Gu Yuan had nothing to do with him. Back then, he had even advised these two fellows. Thinking of this, Wang Mang gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't bear this grievance. This Soon family is going too far. Also, this shameless old thing was just like the ancestral dragon. He didn't care about martial virtues, nor did he care about being a hypocrite. A mighty late stage Saint Emperor had actually attacked a weak child like him. F***CKU Zun family. Once my strength increases, I'll definitely exterminate your entire clan. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and thought in his heart, but in the next moment, Wang Mang discovered to his horror that there was no way out of the myriad demons' holy land. This was because Wang Mang's path forward had already been sealed off by a thick magic power barrier. Moreover, this magical power barrier had even sealed the space. This guy obviously wanted to capture him alive. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank, and a 5-colored teleportation stone appeared in his hand. At this moment, the old man with long white hair had a sinister smile on his face. He walked over with his hands behind his back. "Little bastard, why don't you run?" Hearing this, Wang Mang suppressed the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. "Senior, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me?" The old man with long white hair had a sinister expression on his face and said in a sinister tone, "No enmity? My Zun family's genius, Zun Long, was killed by you, little bastard. You still want to quibble?" Wang Mang suddenly looked shocked and said in astonishment, "Zun Long is dead?" Seeing Wang Mang's look of disbelief, the old man with long white hair said with a sinister expression, "Humph, little bastard, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't failed to stop Zun Long, how could he have entered the myriad demons' cave and died tragically? You little bastard, you really deserve to die." After hearing this old man's words, Wang Mang was completely stunned. "What the F***CK? You're blaming me for this?" To be honest, Wang Mang was also defeated by this old man's thoughts. He had always thought that he was shameless enough, but in front of this old man, Wang Mang was ashamed of his inferiority. This old man was even more shameless than he was. Even more shameless than he was. At the same time, Wang Mang was completely speechless, because since this old man was blaming him, what could he say? At this moment, Wang Mang could only hope that the experts from the myriad demons' sacred land would appear. After all, if the experts from the myriad demons' sacred land did not appear, Wang Mang could only run to another world first. Seeing that Wang Mang was silent, the white-haired old man said with a cold expression, "Little bastard, since you have nothing to say, I'll send you on your way." Having said that, the white-haired old man prepared to attack. As for Wang Mang, he also held the teleportation stone tightly in his hand and prepared to leave the sacred Emperor continent. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. "How dare you? Who dares to act so presumptuously in the myriad demons' sacred land's territory?" Wang Mang was overjoyed when he heard that voice. He knew that the experts from the myriad demons' sacred land had appeared. After hearing the angry roar, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. Then, without any hesitation, he looked at Wang Mang with a ferocious expression and coldly said, "Die, little bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang felt his entire body being bound by a terrifying force. He could not move at all. Then, the white-haired old man pointed his finger at Wang Mang from afar. A terrifying dermic power from the finger of the sword instantly swept toward Wang Mang. Wang Mang felt the threat of death from the terrifying finger of the sword. Also, when the old man used this divine ability, he was able to sense it. Wang Mang saw that half of the energy above the old man's head had been depleted. This meant that the old man was attacking with his full strength. He was not holding back at all. Therefore, Wang Mang used the World Teleportation Stone without hesitation in his panic. In the next moment, Wang Mang disappeared. This caused the terrifying finger of the sword to miss. It landed on a mountain tens of thousands of meters away. Rumble! In the next moment, the inconspicuous finger of the sword. The mountains nearby the mountain were reduced to ashes. Even the space of the sacred emperor continent was penetrated. In fact, the entire myriad demon's mountain trembled a few times. At the same time, after seeing Wang Mang disappear, the white-haired old man was dumbfounded. He could feel it. Wang Mang's aura had disappeared into thin air. It was obvious that he had disappeared from the sacred emperor continent. What was going on? Just as he was puzzled, an extremely furious voice echoed in the world. Suinyang, how dare you, you old thing? How dare you attack a disciple of the myriad demons' sacred land? I'm going to kill you today. Chapter 676. The third elder, who had rushed over, was furious. Even though he was relieved that Wang Mang had managed to escape the calamity, he still couldn't help but feel relieved. But that shameless old man had ignored him. Qin Wentian had brazenly attacked Wang Mang right in front of him. Thus, Zun Yang's actions had completely infuriated the third elder. In his fury, he directly attacked Zun Yang. Die for this old man. Life and death polarity. With a furious roar, the third elder formed a seal with both hands. A strange black circle flew out. Then, the black circle shot toward Zun Yang. Zun Yang's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The life and death polarity was one of the third elder's top 3 divine abilities. Furthermore, this top-notch divine ability was also the reason why the 3 elders of the 10,000 demons' holy land were so famous. Therefore, when he saw the strange black circle flying towards him, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Because once touched by the life and death polarity, his primordial spirit would definitely be torn apart. Yes, this was a top divine ability that attacked the primordial spirit. Jingtian, I won't lower myself to your level. This brat, this old man really must kill him. The next time I meet him, he won't be so lucky. After snorting coldly, Zun Yang flicked his sleeve. In the next moment, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Then, he stepped into the spatial door and disappeared. Jing Tian's expression eased slightly when he saw that Zun Yang didn't want to fight him and instead turned to flee. If they really fought, he didn't have the ability to kill Zun Yang at all. Although he was a 9th heavenly layer Saint Emperor, Zun Yang wasn't weak either. Zun Yang was a peak 8th heavenly layer Saint Emperor. There was indeed a large gap between the two of them, but the gap wasn't enough to kill him. If they really fought, he would at most be able to suppress Zun Yang. Wanting to kill Zun Yang was simply not possible. If Zun Yang wanted to escape, he couldn't stop him at all. After taking a look at the surroundings, Yi Zichen said, he couldn't sense Wang Mang's aura at all. This meant that Wang Mang had already escaped far away. In desperation, Jingtian sighed and said, Sigh, let's hope that Wang Mang can return before the Holy Sun selection begins. With that, Jingtian turned around and returned to the myriad devil holy land. In his opinion, Wang Mang was looking for trouble. He was clearly near the 10,000 devil holy land, but he didn't return to the 10,000 devil holy land. If Wang Mang was in the 10,000 devil holy land, how could Zun Yang dare to touch him? Unless it was a god emperor level powerhouse, no one would dare to touch him in the 10,000 devil holy land. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. At this moment, the Holy Sun selection in the 1,000 demons' holy land had already begun. At the same time, all the elite disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land were in an uproar, because all the peerless geniuses were gone. This meant that they had a chance to compete for the position of the chosen saint. Because of this, all of the core disciples of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land were extremely excited. At the same time, They also received news from various channels. He had a rough idea. This was the reason why nearly 10 holy sons of the 10,000 demons' holy land had disappeared. Of the 9 holy sons, 2 had died tragically in the 10,000 demons' cave, and 1 had accidentally died outside. The remaining 4 holy sons had all died in the hands of one of the holy sons. Originally, there was no doubt that the position of the holy son would belong to the last peerless genius. But just 9 days ago, this peerless genius was attacked by a late-stage god-emperor. This also led to the disappearance of all the peerless geniuses in the entire all-devils holy land, and the holy son selection in the 10,000 demons' holy land had already begun. Therefore, their chance naturally came. Many of the core disciples were guessing. The rest of the geniuses were all killed by Wang Mang. As for Wang Mang's motive, it was obviously for the position of the Holy Son. In the end, an accident happened. This allowed them to take advantage of it for nothing. This was the guess of many of the core disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land. It was the most likely answer. However, this was the truth. At the same time, in the world of Earth, in the province of Guizhou, in a grand and imposing palace, Wang Mang was chatting with his parents. He had been back for quite some time. Due to the time on Earth, the flow of time was different from the flow of time in the sacred Emperor continent. Wang Mang could be considered to have given himself a good holiday. At this moment, Wang Mang roughly explained what he had experienced to his parents. After hearing his explanation, Father Wang nodded his head and said, "Mang heir, although you've achieved a little now, but the world is dangerous. The strong are respected. You have to be careful with every step you take. Even if you have the strength, you have to keep a low profile. Don't make too many enemies." Queen Mother also nodded and said, "Mang heir, listen to your father. Although your father and I have not been to the sacred Emperor continent that you mentioned, our cultivation is not as good as yours. But the more careful you are, the further you can go." Hearing this, Wang Mang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only nod and say, "Dad, Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I, your son, have always regarded my life as the most important thing." Seeing Wang Mang nod, Wang Fu's Queen Mother nodded in satisfaction. It had been many years since they last met Wang Mang. However, Wang Fu's Queen Mother knew that there was no time in cultivation. Time was like flowing water, especially when one cultivated to a higher level. One's seclusion would often last for a very long time. That was because they had a deep understanding of it now. After all, as one's strength increased, they would be able to empathize more. Therefore, even if Wang Mang had not come back to see them for a long time, they could still understand. Moreover, they did not want to go to an unfamiliar world to cultivate. In Wang Fu's Queen Mother's opinion, Earth was very good. It was very suitable for them to cultivate on Earth. That was because Earth had once again returned to peace and prosperity. Similarly, the current world had also entered the era of cultivation. Their cultivation levels were enough to make them kings and ancestors on Earth. No one dared to provoke them. Just as Wang Mang was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly sounded frowny-faced ding. "Warm reminder. The selection of the saint in the holy land of 10,000 demons has begun. Please return as soon as possible." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's body trembled. He knew that it was time for him to return to the sacred Emperor continent. Thinking of this, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at his parents. He said softly, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to the sacred Emperor continent. I have something important to do." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Wang Fu's Queen Mother was stunned. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, but she smiled and said, "Go, Mang heir." Wang Mang nodded with a smile. Then, He took out the 5-colored teleportation stone and activated it. In the next moment, Wang Mang completely disappeared. At the same time, when Wang Mang opened his eyes again, he had returned to the sacred Emperor continent. In other words, he was near the holy land of 10,000 demons. Then Wang Mang flew toward the holy land of 10,000 demons without stopping. When he arrived at the entrance of the holy land of 10,000 demons, Wang Mang was about to enter. Suddenly, a stern and angry voice shouted, "Stop right there!" Hearing that, Wang Mang stopped and turned around. An old man in an elder's attire was walking toward him. "Greetings, elder!" Wang Mang immediately greeted him respectfully, although he did not know what the elder's status was. But this guy's aura was truly terrifying. Obviously, his status was not low. Hearing that, the elder sized up Wang Mang for a moment and said indifferently, "You're Wang Mang, right?" Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded respectfully. However, his tone was a little anxious. "Yes, elder. I'm Wang Mang. Elder, please let me in to participate in the selection of the saint." Hearing that, the elder looked at Wang Mang expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Listen to me. Listen to this old man's advice. Don't even think about becoming the chosen saint. You'd better wait for the selection of the saint to end before you enter." Chapter 677. After hearing the elder's words, Wang Mang was stunned. What does this elder mean? At this moment, the elder said with an indifferent expression, "When the time comes, the sacred leader will owe you a favor. The sacred leader will naturally not mistreat you. Junior, do you understand what I mean?" After hearing the elder's words, Wang Mang immediately guessed. The sacred leader wants the position of the son of saint. Moreover, those who are participating in the Son of Saint battle are definitely on good terms with the sacred leader. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank. Isn't this too much? I finally got the position of the Son of Saint. In the end, the sacred leader wants to arrange for his own people to take the position. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very unhappy and said without hesitation, "Senior, please don't say this. Senior, don't say any more. I'm determined to get the position of Holy Son." Hearing this, the elder said expressionlessly, "Do as you wish." He also knew that Wang Mang had put in a lot of effort to get the position of the Son of Saint. He had even paid a huge price to kill all the competitors. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to do so. Therefore, the elder nodded at Wang Mang with an indifferent expression. "Since you have already made up your mind, you may go in." Hearing this, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the elder did not stop him. He was just passing a message to the sacred leader of the all demons' sacred ground. However, Wang Mang knew that if he participated in the Son of Saint battle, he would also offend the sacred leader. However, Wang Mang had no choice. He could not just give up the position of the Son of Saint, right? Moreover, the position of the Son of Saint was something that Wang Mang had put in a lot of effort to get. How could he let the sacred leader arrange for someone to reap without sowing? Thinking of this, Wang Mang stepped into the all demons' sacred ground without hesitation. Then, he rushed towards the training field in the all demons' sacred ground. The martial practice field was the 10,000 demon holy land, the place where the Holy Sun selection was held. When Wang Mang arrived at the martial arts practice field, he saw a sea of people surrounding the stage in the center of the martial arts practice field. At the center of the martial arts practice field, a handsome young man in a white robe stood on the huge stage. He stood with his hands behind his back and a proud expression on his face. Similarly, the 5 elders and the holy master of the 10,000 demons' holy land stood beside the stage. At this moment, one of the elders suddenly spoke. 3 incense sticks later. If no one challenges Whitebone Lord, then the position of Holy Son will belong to Whitebone Lord. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the core disciples below began to discuss spiritedly. What ability does this fellow have to become the Holy Son of the all-devil Holy Land? That's right. If it weren't for those peerless geniuses fighting so fiercely and killing each other, how could it have been his turn? That's right. The position of Holy Son should have belonged to Wang Mang. In the end, this fellow was really unlucky. He was hunted down by the older generation experts of the Zun family and is now hiding somewhere. Wang Mang is too ruthless. In order to become the Holy Son, he killed all the Holy Son competitors of the all-devil Holy Land. That's right. If it weren't for the elders spreading the news, everyone would probably still be in the dark. He's a ruthless person. In order to become the Holy Son, he's ruthless to the extreme. What's the use of being ruthless? In the end, didn't he just benefit the Holy Master's great-grandson for nothing? This is probably what they mean by searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. After hearing the discussions, Wang Mang couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that his matter had already spread in the all-devil Holy Land. Damn, it seems like the all-devil Holy Land definitely knows that I killed the Holy Son competitors. However, since they didn't pursue the matter, that means they won't find trouble with me. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was secretly relieved. This was because before entering the all-devil Holy Land, Wang Mang was actually quite nervous. But now, it seemed that there wouldn't be any problems. This also made Wang Mang sigh in relief. At this time, a dignified and old voice sounded again. If no one challenges the Whitebone Lord, then the Whitebone Lord will be the Holy Son of the all-devil Holy Land. Is there anyone else who opposes the Whitebone Lord? If you do, come up and defeat the Whitebone Lord. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly raised his head and saw that the elder on the stage was looking at him indifferently. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed that the third elder was nodding slightly at him. Seeing this, Wang Mang knew that he could go on stage. Therefore, Wang Mang said without hesitation, "I object." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang took out the immortal emperor mask and put it on his face. Then, under the surprised gazes of the all-devil Holy Land disciples, he jumped up onto the stage. The Whitebone Lord, who was originally full of pride, immediately stiffened when he saw Wang Mang, especially when he sensed Wang Mang's second heavenly layer sage emperor cultivation. His expression became incomparably ugly. This was because his ancestor had already told him, if Wang Mang didn't return, the position of the all-devil Holy Land's Holy Son would belong to him. However, if Wang Mang returned, he would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the idea of fighting for the position of the Holy Son. However, the Whitebone Lord was unwilling, because if Wang Mang returned later, the position of the Holy Son would be his. However, just as he was about to obtain the position of the Holy Son, Wang Mang actually returned. How could he be willing to give it up willingly? Thinking of this, the Whitebone Lord's expression darkened. He sent a voice transmission. "Wang Mang, are you sure you want to offend my ancestor? My ancestor is the Holy Master of the all-devil Holy Land. If you take the initiative to step down and give up the position of the Holy Son, I won't argue with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." After hearing the Whitebone Lord's threat, Wang Mang immediately smiled, then looked at the elder beside him and asked, "Elder, can we start?" Hearing this, the elder nodded expressionlessly and said, "The battle starts. It doesn't matter. The winner will continue to stand on the stage and have the right to compete for the position of the Holy Son." After saying that, the late-stage Saint Emperor Elder retreated to the side of the stage and stood with the other elders. At the same time, There was an additional space ceiling boundary above the stage. For a moment, only Wang Mang and the White Bone Lord were left on the huge stage. At this moment, the White Bone Lord, who had an ugly expression, took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, under Wang Mang's surprised gaze, he saw the guy's face turn red. At the same time, his original cultivation level of the ninth heaven of the immortal Emperor Realm soared to the Holy Emperor Realm. After a while, his strength still soared to the peak of the first heaven of the Holy Emperor Realm. At this moment, the White Bone Lord looked at Wang Mang with a ferocious face and roared, "Boy, I want you to die." After the roar, the White Bone Lord's figure flashed and charged toward Wang Mang. Wang Mang instantly sneered without end when he saw this scene, and his hands started forming seals. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, accompanied by Wang Mang's angry roar, a terrifying and huge black thunder dragon swept out from Wang Mang's body. The thunder dragon instantly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing toward the sky. Seal of the Great Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Bone Lord, who had charged over, condensed a huge seal. Then he rushed toward the thunder dragon that Wang Mang had released. But in the next moment, the White Bone Lord was sent flying by the terrifying thunder dragon. It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The White Bone Lord directly crashed onto the space ceiling boundary. Similarly, he originally had almost 11,000 HP on top of his head. At this moment, half of it disappeared in an instant, leaving him with only 5,000 HP. In just one move, this guy was severely injured by Wang Mang. Chapter 678. Bang! After a loud noise, Lord of Bones fell heavily on the stage. However, it was not over yet. The Black Thunder Dragon rushed toward the Lord of Bones again, with its fangs and claws bared. Seeing this scene, the disheveled and seriously injured Lord of Whitebone was even more terrified. "I admit defeat." Lord of Bones roared with all his might. Hearing this, Wang Mang waved his hand and called back the great mighty heavenly dragon. Then the terrifying black lightning dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged back into Wang Mang's body. At the same time, the bounded domain opened again. The elder also slowly walked up and said with an indifferent expression, "You're right. Are there any more challengers? If there are no challengers after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, Wang Mang will be the Holy Sun." Hearing this, Wang Mang looked indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the people below the stage coldly. At this moment, someone looked at Wang Mang with hatred. Sensing something, Wang Mang immediately turned to look at the White Bone Lord. Wang Mang narrowed his eyes and was filled with killing intent. However, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, this guy was related to the Holy Lord. If he killed him, the Holy Sun would have more than just a conflict with him. At that time, the two sides would become complete enemies. Moreover, he was just a loser. Wang Mang did not care that he could be a threat to him. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Mang immediately looked at everyone present with an indifferent expression. In the blink of an eye, 2 incense sticks had passed. But at this moment, a voice was heard. "I object." As soon as the voice fell, a core disciple jumped onto the stage. After seeing this core disciple, Wang Mang was shocked, because this core disciple's strength had reached the 9th heaven of the immortal Emperor Realm. More importantly, this guy was also a peerless genius. This meant that his strength had reached the 2nd heaven of the Holy Emperor Realm. This was definitely not what Wang Mang expected. This was also something that no one had expected, because after this fellow jumped onto the stage, the entire martial arts practice field was in an uproar and discussions were everywhere. F***CK. How could this be? Zhang Tianyou's strength has actually reached the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor realm? Yes, this was too inconceivable. He is also a legendary heaven's favorite. Oh my God! With his strength, he's definitely the strongest contender for the position of Holy Sun. To be honest, I never dreamed that Zhang Tianyou would reach such a level. Not to mention you, who would have thought that this guy had hidden himself so deeply? This fellow's strength is simply not to be underestimated. For a moment, the huge martial arts practice field was filled with discussions. Everyone was clearly shocked by Zhang Tianyou's strength. At the same time, Wang Mang realized that the group of elders not far away also had looks of astonishment on their faces, because even they didn't expect that Zhang Tianyou's strength had reached such a level. It could be said that even if Wang Mang didn't kill the competitors for the position of Holy Sun, this fellow's strength would still be a strong contender for the position of Holy Sun. Wang Mang even suspected that if he didn't appear, then this fellow would probably become the final Holy Sun of the all-demons Holy Land. After all, who would have thought that such an existence was actually hidden among the core disciples? At this moment, Zhang Tianyou, who looked ordinary, cupped his hands and nodded at Wang Mang. "Greetings, fellow cultivator." Hearing that, Wang Mang's expression was uncertain. He only nodded slightly, but his gaze was somewhat solemn, because he could feel that this fellow's threat was greater than Zunlong, Sword King, and Guyuan back then. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't afford to be careless at all. At the same time, Wang Mang was also very unhappy in his heart, because this bastard really knew how to hide, after Wang Mang had already shifted the position of Holy Sun. This fellow jumped out at the most critical moment. Obviously, this fellow wanted to cut off Wang Mang's position of Holy Sun. Moreover, Wang Mang had also offended the holy leader previously. If this fellow could defeat Wang Mang now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become the holy leader at all. This was like Wang Mang doing all the dirty work, and this fellow was just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of his labor. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't have a good impression of this fellow at all. On the contrary, he was very unhappy. At this moment, the elder also stepped back and gave up the huge stage. Then, a solid and terrifying barrier once again enveloped the sky above the stage. Without waiting for Wang Mang to react, Zhang Tianyou took the initiative to attack. His figure flashed, and 3 identical figures appeared. Then, the 3 Zhang Tianyous sneered and shot towards Wang Mang. At the same time, the 3 Zhang Tianyous shouted angrily, "Demonic blood hand!" At the same time, the 3 Zhang Tianyous moved at the same time and condensed a terrifying bloody hand, grabbing towards Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that this so-called demonic blood hand was extremely powerful. It gave Wang Mang a terrifying sense of threat. Therefore, Wang Mang guessed that this was definitely a top-notch superpower. In the next moment, Wang Mang formed a seal with both hands and shouted angrily, 10,000 Buddhas kill. At the same time, Wang Mang's terrifying magic power had already condensed into numerous Buddha shadows. The terrifying Buddha shadows looked ferocious, and their murderous intent condensed behind Wang Mang. Kill! After the order was given, the 10,000 Buddhas attacked one after another. The Buddha shadows that filled the sky moved and whizzed out. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the Buddhas that looked like they came from hell attacked the 3 Zhang Tianyous at the same time. Not only that, the demonic blood hand that the 3 Zhang Tianyous used was also dispersed by the Buddhas. In addition, the Buddha shadows that filled the sky were advancing one after another and attacking the 3 Zhang Tianyous. It was worth mentioning that Wang Mang thought that the other 2 Zhang Tianyous doppelgangers must be fake. But in the end, these 2 doppelgangers turned out to be real, and their strength was actually on par with the original body. Moreover, in the face of the overwhelming Buddha shadows, they were still able to deal with them easily, and the Buddha shadows were all dispersed by them. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's face darkened, and his eyes became even more solemn. This guy's strength was too strong. To be honest, Wang Mang even suspected. This guy was already able to compete with the Holy Emperor mask holder. If he didn't wear the Holy Emperor mask, Wang Mang was no match for this guy at all, because if the space-type top-notch superpower was said to be very rare, then the doppelganger-type top-notch superpower was even rarer. Therefore, this guy was definitely a powerful enemy for Wang Mang. If he couldn't defeat this guy, Wang Mang's position as the son of Saint would also be taken away by him. Chapter 680. Hearing that, Zhang Tianyou's expression changed drastically. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that such a thing would happen during the competition. This also meant that he only had two choices now. He could either give up the competition and save his sister. He could either give up on his sister and continue the competition. However, he only thought for a moment. He shouted without hesitation, "I, Zhang Tianyou, admit defeat. I will withdraw from the battle of the Son of Saint. Quickly open the barrier." After saying that, Zhang Tianyou looked at Wang Mang unwillingly and put away the devastator demonic plate. The next moment, the barrier above the stage dispersed automatically. Then, Zhang Tianyou flew away without hesitation. Seeing that, Wang Mang was elated. Damn, this top-notch bad luck card was indeed powerful. It could be said that Zhang Tianyou's admission of defeat was beyond Wang Mang's expectations. However, he also knew that this was very likely related to the top-notch bad luck card. At this point, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. Zhang Tianyou had lost to him. This caused the few elders nearby to frown one after another. They all felt that it was a pity, because anyone with a discerning eye could tell Zhang Tianyou had a high chance of winning. However, such a thing happened in the end, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Among the elders, only the third elder could not help but laugh. The disciples in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. They all looked at Wang Mang enviously and whispered, "If they really continue to fight, Zhang Tianyou also has a high chance of becoming the Son of Saint." Of course, to be able to fight with Wang Mang for 3 days and 3 nights, can he be weak? It seems that God is on Wang Mang's side. If not for Zhang Tianyou's sister, the position of the Son of Saint would really be up for grabs. It seems that the future son of all demons' holy land will be Wang Mang. Obviously, they could also see that Wang Mang could win this battle. There was a huge element of luck in this. In their opinion, if the battle continued, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. At this time, the elder in charge of the competition also walked up and said with an indifferent expression, "If no one objects after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, then the position of Holy Son will belong to Wang Mang." After hearing this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wang Mang still felt a little uneasy. He lowered his head and looked down at the stage indifferently. They were afraid that another peerless genius would suddenly jump out. Fortunately, what Wang Mang was worried about did not happen. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, there was still no one who objected. At this moment, the elder nodded to Wang Mang and announced, "From today onwards, Wang Mang is the holy son of my all-devils holy land." After hearing this, Wang Mang was completely relieved and a smile appeared on his face. F***CK, the position of saint was not easy. So many twists and turns. In order to become the saint, Wang Mang had spent a lot of effort on this. Fortunately, he finally succeeded, just as Wang Mang was feeling excited. The system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission successfully completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X1. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed. With the reward this time, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Wang Mang was not far away from his next evolution. After all, he still had 900 million energy points left from his last evolution. It would not be too much to give him 1 billion energy points from an Immortal King grade treasure chest, right? With that thought in mind, Wang Mang was instantly in a good mood. For a moment, Wang Mang looked at the disciples below the stage in high spirits, and his heart was full of pride. He was now considered to have separated himself from the ordinary people. Even in the Sacred Emperor continent, he was considered to be a big shot. In any case, he was the holy son of a super first-rate holy land. His identity and status were awesome. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. In the next moment, Wang Mang felt his vision blur. Then, a domineering middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in front of him. He walked toward Wang Mang with an indifferent expression, took out a token, and said with a smile, "This is the Holy Sun token of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons. It belongs to you now." Looking at the domineering middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, Holy Master." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang received the Holy Sun token. This palm-sized Holy Sun token was completely black. On the back was the word 10,000 demons, and on the front was the word Holy Sun. As for the domineering middle-aged man who gave Wang Mang the Holy Sun token, this guy in front of him was the current Holy Master of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons. Of course, when Wang Mang's strength reached the late stage of the Sacred Emperor realm, this Holy Master would have to retire and give up his position. This was the rule of all Holy Masters. What surprised Wang Mang was that this Holy Master was not hostile to him at all. However, Wang Mang did not let down his guard. After all, he had indeed offended the Holy Master of 10,000 demons. Therefore, he still had to be vigilant. At this moment, the Holy Master laughed and said, "Since you have become the Holy Son of the 10,000 demons' Holy Land, in the future, you can't lose the reputation of the 10,000 demons' Holy Land." Wang Mang quickly smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Holy Master." Hearing this, the Holy Master nodded indifferently and said to the third elder in the distance, "Tell us the scope of the Holy Sun's authority." After saying that, the Holy Master's figure flashed and disappeared. The third elder, Jing Tian, walked over with a smile on his face. "Let's go, we'll talk as we walk." After saying that, the third elder put his arm around Wang Mang's shoulder and walked down the stage. On the way, the third elder also told Wang Mang about the authority. The Holy Sun's authority was not great, so he did not need to worry too much. However, when he was outside, he had to protect the reputation of the 10,000 demons' Holy Land. Of course, the Holy Sun still had some authority. For example, he had the authority to mobilize ordinary elders. This was because there were a total of 8 elders in the 10,000 demons' Holy Land. He did not have the authority to mobilize the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. He did have the authority to mobilize the 4th Elder to the 8th Elder. However, he had to inform the Holy Master. This was because the 4th Elder to the 8th Elder were all under the Holy Master's direct command. The Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder were from the 3 main branches of the Holy Land. To put it bluntly, the Holy Master had the Great Elder, the 4th Elder, the 5th Elder, the 6th Elder, the 7th Elder, and the 8th Elder. These elders were actually from the bloodthirsty patriarch's branch. As for the demon god patriarch's branch, there was only the third elder. Similarly, there was only the second elder who was from the darkness patriarch's branch. After learning about the branch of the elders in the 10,000 demons' holy land, Wang Mang was speechless. This was because the bloodthirsty patriarch's branch dominated the holy land. This was because the current holy master was from the bloodthirsty patriarch's branch. However, this also caused Wang Mang, the holy son, to be in an awkward position. Strictly speaking, Wang Mang, as the holy son, did not have any authority. Chapter 681. Unless he established his own team after becoming a sacred master. Otherwise, Wang Mang could only cultivate and increase his strength to become a sacred master as soon as possible. Of course, if he was from the bloodthirsty patriarch's branch, then Wang Mang would have a lot of power. Even a sacred master would cooperate with him. However, the problem was that Wang Mang was not from the bloodthirsty patriarch's branch. At this moment, the third elder seemed to have noticed Wang Mang's gloominess and immediately comforted him with a smile. "All right, don't worry. If there's really something you can't handle, you can call me. Also, if there's something that even I can't handle, we have other old monsters in our branch." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned and looked at the third elder in surprise. The third elder looked proud and explained with a faint smile, "Old monsters. Actually, they are those old monsters in seclusion. Our demon god clan also has 2 old monsters in seclusion. Their strength has reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. They have even reached the half-step God Emperor realm. If we include the old monsters in the 10,000 demons' holy land who are still in seclusion, there are 5 of them." Hearing this, Wang Mang sucked in a breath of cold air. Good heavens! Was this the foundation of a super holy land? Aside from the 3 God Emperor realm experts on the surface, there were still 5 half-step God Emperor realm old monsters in seclusion? Seeing Wang Mang's stunned expression, the third elder smiled proudly. "Are you scared? Think about it. Otherwise, how could the 10,000 demons' holy land last for so long? When you become a sacred master, us elders will also enter seclusion. However, other than the sacred master, the rest of the elders, including me, can't see any hope." Speaking of this, Wang Mang saw that the third elder, who was originally very happy, was extremely disappointed. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately comforted him. "Senior, your talent is unparalleled. Becoming a God Emperor realm expert is definitely not difficult." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Jingtian's third elder rolled his eyes at Wang Mang. "You're thinking too simply. If it's so easy to break through to Divine Lord, why are there so few of them? If I could really become a God Emperor, would this old man be so worried? Let's put it this way. The previous sacred master died when he was trying to break through to the God Emperor realm. The remaining 5 old monsters who are in seclusion don't have much of a chance. Who knows when they will die?" At this point, the third elder seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, this old man will bring you to receive some resources from the Holy Land, because each generation of holy sons can receive a considerable amount of resources. 1 billion immortal stones should be able to increase your strength a little." Hearing this, Wang Mang was ecstatic. He did not expect to receive 1 billion celestial stones after becoming the Holy Son. 1 billion immortal stones, as expected of a top-tier holy land. This was simply rich and imposing. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but say excitedly, "Senior, quickly bring me there." Seeing how excited Wang Mang was, Jingtian's third elder immediately said disdainfully, "Look at how excited you are. It's as if you have never seen immortal stones before. After you reach the 9th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, if you want to break through to the God Emperor realm, It will be useless no matter how many immortal stones we give you. Only the Holy Emperor realm will be of some use. After hearing Jing Tian's third elder's words, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that the 6-flavor Emperor pill he had was a pill. If he were to sell it, he would definitely be able to sell it for a sky-high price. It could even be auctioned for a huge amount of immortal stones. This huge amount of immortal stones would definitely be enough for Wang Mang to evolve a few times, or even more. This was because, as long as he took this pill, a 9th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm expert could directly break through to the God Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang knew that his pill's effects were absolutely heaven-defying. If he were to take it out or leak it out, he would probably be killed. This was because this 6-flavor Emperor pill was enough to make God Emperor realm experts go crazy. Similarly, to those 9th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm experts, it could be said to be fatal. Forget it. I'll keep it for myself to digest. After I reach the 9th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, I'll use it to break through to the God Emperor realm. Half an hour later, Wang Mang successfully received the 1 billion immortal stones that belonged to him. After receiving the immortal stones, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. He immediately returned to the demonic god hall that belonged to him. This was because with these immortal stones, if Wang Mang wanted to break through to the 8th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm, it would be a piece of cake. Once he broke through to the 8th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm, even if Wang Mang did not use the immortal Emperor mask, he would still have the battle strength of a holy emperor. Therefore, Wang Mang could not wait any longer. After returning to the Divine Devil Palace, Wang Mang went to the place where he was in seclusion. After entering the place where he was in seclusion, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the Quasi-Sage, member of the Sacred Ground. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, 7th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm, legendary genius. Physique, HP 17,000. Energy 17,000. Length 670 meters, with 32 meters. Weight 30 million tons. Ordinary divine powers. God-controlling seal. Hand of the Void. Blade of the Void. Void escape. Horizon step. Shape-shifting. Top divine powers. 3 lives, Supreme Buddha. Greater mastery. Hongjun, 3 corpses. None. Wrath of the Divine Devil. Perfection. Space. 5th tier pill. Recipe X1. One-time top unlucky card X1. Forgotten Love Water X1. Fallen Saint Pill X1. Rank 5 Abyss Summon card. Equipment. Top World Multicolored Stone X1. Divine Martial Sword. Immortal Emperor Mask. 6-flavor Emperor Pill X1. Talent 10 points. Immortal King Treasure Chest. 1 billion Immortal Stones. Energy 9 billion/2. 5 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. This 8th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm was more than enough. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suppressed his excitement and said in his heart, "System, exchange 1 billion immortal stones for energy." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully exchanged for energy." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 1 billion energy." Ding. "The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution." No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little high-spirited. Then, he was in a good mood. Wang Mang decided to open the Immortal King treasure chest as well. Let's see how much energy he could accumulate first. When he thought of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal King treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the Immortal King treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained. Chapter 682. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened the Immortal King treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 100 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 200 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 300 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 500 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 5 aptitude points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained an immortal level wild horse. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained a set of Goddess Nuwa's original underwear. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless, although this Immortal King treasure chest had also opened 1 billion energy values. However, the quality was obviously not as good as the Immortal King blind box that he opened last time. After all, the Immortal King blind box that he opened last time was indeed too awesome. Of course, all in all, this Immortal King treasure chest was not bad, although there were indeed 2 pieces of trash in the back. However, there were still quite a lot of energy values. It even allowed Wang Mang to obtain 5 aptitude points. This was what Wang Mang was most satisfied with. That was because he had accumulated a total of 4 billion energy values. Even after evolving, he would still be left with more than 1 billion energy values. Thinking of this, Wang Mang happily muttered in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding! 5 billion energy values have been successfully deducted, beginning the evolution. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. After this evolution, personal information has changed. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. Half a month later, Wang Mang had just woken up from the evolution. First of all, his strength had naturally increased again. His body had become even stronger. The quality of the vast magic power in his body had become even higher. It had already completely liquefied. If one observed carefully, they would discover that there was a small fountain in Wang Mang's body. However, what was spewing out was not water, but a vast amount of liquefied magic power energy. Of course, as for how strong he had become, he still needed to check his personal information. Moreover, before Wang Mang evolved, the system seemed to have notified him that his personal information had changed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately said, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information, Wang Mang, disciple of a saint, holy son of all demons, type, void python, limit, 700 meters, realm, 8th heaven immortal realm, legendary prodigy, physique, HP 18,000, length 675 meters, with 32 meters, weight 40 million tons, ordinary supernatural powers, God-controlling seal, hand of the void, blade of the void, void escape, 1-step horizon, 1,000 changes, top supernatural powers, 3 lives supreme Buddha, mastery, Hongjun 3 corpses technique, none, wrath of gods and demons perfection, space, 1 bottle of forgetting water, 1 falling saint pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, rank 5 abyss summon card, equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, talent, 15, energy value, 155 billion/3 billion, note, rank 5 pill formula has been exchanged for 50 million energy value. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. As for the change in information, Wang Mang also noticed it. In fact, the biggest change was that the energy had disappeared. Wang Mang could understand this. Because the energy of a rank 5 powerhouse was completely endless. There was no situation where they were in a bad state. A rank 5 powerhouse could absorb the energy of heaven and earth at any time. To put it bluntly, a rank 5 powerhouse's energy would never be depleted. Therefore, Wang Mang could also understand the change in the system. At this moment, the Black Emperor's voice came from outside the seclusion room. "Master, are you out yet?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately stood up and opened the door. Then, Wang Mang saw the Dog Emperor standing at the door with a silly smile. "What's wrong? What happened to Fa Sheng?" Wang Mang asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The Black Emperor hurriedly explained. "Master, the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon's sacred ground sent you an invitation to the prodigy gathering in Hidden Dragon City. I heard that the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon not only invited you, but also the other Holy Sons and the other prodigies to the gathering in Hidden Dragon City." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately understood. But what puzzled Wang Mang was that he did not know the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon. This guy invited so many Holy Sons. Why did he invite him to Hidden Dragon City? Wang Mang was indeed interested in the prodigy gathering. However, Wang Mang wasn't too firm on his decision to go. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Wang Mang's mind. "Ding!" Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to ignore the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon's prodigy gathering invitation. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 100 million energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 2, join the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon's prodigy gathering invitation. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 200 million energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Immortal level treasure box X1. Mission 3. Join the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon's prodigy gathering invitation and kill no less than 5 prodigies. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 1 billion energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Immortal level treasure box X1. Mission 4. Join the Holy Son of the Hidden Dragon's prodigy gathering invitation and successfully become a prodigy. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal level treasure box X1. Immortal level blind box X1. 10 talent points. After looking at the 4 missions issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned. The first and second missions could be eliminated. The rewards for these 2 missions were too little, but this also proved that Wang Mang's appearance fee was starting to rise. Yes, this was a good sign. As for the third mission, he had killed 5 peerless geniuses. Wang Mang's mission was definitely not difficult. After all, his current strength had reached the 3rd heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. That was awesome. With such combat strength, he should be able to defeat the Holy Sons of the other sacred grounds, right? Even if he couldn't defeat the Holy Sons of all the sacred grounds, he could completely crush the candidates. Therefore, the mission that Wang Mang was more tempted by this time was actually the 4th mission, because the reward for the 4th mission was too generous. After completing the mission, he could break through another small realm. More importantly, becoming a prodigy was too tempting for Wang Mang. A prodigy was definitely more powerful than a prodigy. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, after he became a prodigy, the system would also give him an additional 10 talent points. This was simply a naked temptation. Therefore, it was hard for Wang Mang not to be tempted. Moreover, once he became a prodigy, Even if he couldn't cross 4 small realms, he could probably cross 3 small realms, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang made a decision in his heart. A man wouldn't be rich without a windfall, and a horse wouldn't be fat without grass at night. Killing and arson was golden, and wealth was found in danger. F***CK. I'll do it. Anyway, it wasn't his first time doing it. Wasn't it just killing 15 prodigies? Anyway, he had already killed 6 last time. This time, prodigies gathered at Wulong City's gathering. The number of prodigies was definitely not small. It wouldn't be too much for him to kill 15 prodigies, right? Chapter 683. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said happily in his heart, "System, I choose the 4th mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, when the Onyx Emperor saw Wang Mang smiling foolishly, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, what are you thinking about? You're smiling so wickedly." After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang glared at the Onyx Emperor and said in annoyance, "You stupid dog, what do you know?" The Onyx Emperor curled his lips in dissatisfaction. When did he become a stupid dog? He was the Emperor of Dogs, okay? But when he thought of Wang Mang's strength, the Onyx Emperor asked honestly, "Master, Wulong City's Holy Sun has invited you to the Prodigy Gathering. Are you going?" "I'm going. Why wouldn't I go?" Wang Mang chuckled. As he spoke, Wang Mang walked out of the seclusion area. The Onyx Emperor, who was following behind Wang Mang, seemed to have thought of something and said sourly, "Master, what kind of dog is Lan? I heard that he has already become a legendary prodigy. It's when you sent Lan and my master, No Beginning, out last time." Wang Mang was a little surprised. Lan had actually become a legendary prodigy. This made Wang Mang somewhat surprised. But when he thought about how Lan was already a legendary prodigy, it wasn't strange for him to break through to the legendary prodigy level. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt relieved. When he arrived at the palace hall, Wang Mang saw Lan and Without Beginning, who were currently playing chess. Only after seeing Wang Mang did the two of them stop. They stood up and clasped their hands towards Wang Mang. "Greetings, my lord." Wang Mang nodded slightly. Last time, he sent the two of them out to spread the news about the cave of 10,000 demons. In the end, the incident at the Myriad Demons Cave happened before they could spread the word. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, fortunately, he still became the Holy Sun in the end. "Which one of you wants to follow me to the hidden dragon sacred ground?" Hearing this, Lan immediately stood with his hands behind his back and said confidently, "Master, with me, Lan, here I will ensure your safety." Looking at the pretentious Lan, Wang Mang was speechless. He didn't want to bring this guy along anymore. In comparison, Wang Mang preferred Emperor Wu Shi. At the very least, Emperor No Beginning would not brag in front of him. However, it was indeed inappropriate for Emperor Wu Shi to follow Wang Mang, because Lan's strength had already reached the 5th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Including the support of a peerless genius, he was at least a late-stage immortal Emperor follower. After a moment of silence, Emperor No Beginning raised his head and said, "You're right. My lord, No Beginning wants to go and gain experience. Please grant my wish. This kind of mediocre and boring life is not the life that Endless Beginning wants." After hearing No Beginning's words, Wang Mang was stunned. He raised his head and saw the desolate look on No Beginning's face. Wang Mang came to a realization. It seemed that after seeing Lan become a peerless genius, No Beginning's heart was filled with resentment. His heart, which was already unwilling to be ordinary, became even more restless. After a moment of consideration, Wang Mang smiled and nodded. All right. This was because Emperor No Beginning's strength was no longer of any help to him. Compared to Enlon, his strength was not just a bit weaker. It could be said that he was much weaker. After receiving Wang Mang's promise, No Beginning smiled and cupped his fists respectfully before taking his leave. If nothing unexpected happened, he would leave the All-Demons' sacred ground after Wang Mang set off. Most likely, he would only come back after he had achieved something in his studies or had achieved something significant. Looks like Wu Shi was shocked by my aptitude. What a pity. No matter how hard he tries, I, Enlon, will crush him beneath my feet. Enlon could not help but sigh as he watched No Beginning leave. Wang Mang was even more speechless as he looked at Enlon, who did not forget to brag. He immediately said, "Let's get ready. We'll go to Wulong City and meet these so-called geniuses." Enlon immediately nodded. After some preparations, they left the All-Demons' sacred ground together. Coincidentally, just as Wang Mang and Enlon left the All-Demons' sacred ground, they bumped into Zhang Tianyu and the White Bone Lord. Similarly, Zhang Tianyu and the White Bone Lord also saw Wang Mang and Enlon. After seeing Wang Mang, the White Bone Lord's face became extremely gloomy. The resentment in his eyes could not be concealed. If Wang Mang had not stopped him in the previous battle for the Son of Saint, he would have become the Son of Saint long ago. Even Zhang Tianyu did not dare to jump out. Moreover, he had been severely injured by Wang Mang. If he had not admitted defeat early, he would have been beaten to death by Wang Mang. Therefore, the White Bone Lord hated Wang Mang to the core. As for Zhang Tianyu, he was much better in comparison. Although there was hostility in his eyes when he looked at Wang Mang, there was no hatred. The reason why he had failed in the previous battle for the Son of Saint was indeed because something had happened to his sister. Wang Mang did not care about this. Instead, he asked with a smile, "What a coincidence! Are the two of you also going to Wulong City?" The White Bone Lord's face immediately turned cold. "Why do you care where I go?" Hearing this, a trace of killing intent flashed in Wang Mang's eyes. He immediately chuckled. "It's nothing. I'm just reminding Junior Brother to be careful. It's not safe outside. After all, you're also a member of the All-Demons' sacred ground. It's fine if you die outside, but it won't do if you tarnish the reputation of the All-Demons' sacred ground." The White Bone Lord was instantly furious. His eyes were filled with resentment. In the end, after a cold snort, the White Bone Lord left with Zhang Tianyu. Seeing the two of them leave, Wang Mang could not help but narrow his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Tianyu had joined the bloodthirsty faction. However, the current Zhang Tianyu was no longer a threat to Wang Mang. The reason for that was because Wang Mang's strength had once again reached a breakthrough while wearing the Immortal Emperor's mask. His battle strength had reached the third heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm, unless Zhang Tianyu's battle strength broke through again, or he successfully reached the Saint Emperor realm. Therefore, Wang Mang did not think too much about it and set off with Enlon. After bypassing the All-Demons' sacred ground, Wang Mang and Enlon passed by the Thousand Beast City, White Tiger City, and Fallen Phoenix City. In the end, Wang Mang and Enlon spent 2 days to cross a third of the Eastern Sky Realm before arriving at Wulong City's gates. It was worth mentioning that this Wulong City was truly a large city with many clans and factions. There were many people coming and going at the city gates, all of them at the 4th stage and above. Wang Mang did not see anyone weaker than that. When Wang Mang and Enlon were about to enter Wulong City, they even had to pay the city gate fee before successfully entering Wulong City. After entering Wulong City, Wang Mang passed through the bustling market and arrived at a tall building in the center of the city. This building stood out like a crane among chickens in Wulong City. It was extremely tall. Standing on top of the building, one could even look down on the huge Wulong City. Moreover, Wang Mang was still outside the corridor of this building. He saw many young prodigies with powerful auras. Many of them were pointing at Wang Mang and discussing. It was worth mentioning. Wang Mang only glanced at them indifferently before he was shocked to find out. Just the number of prodigies on this building alone was no less than a few dozen. Not only that, most of these prodigies had the aura of a saint emperor. Chapter 684. F***CK. It's really a gathering of prodigies. To be honest, Wang Mang couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. He originally thought that there wouldn't be many legendary prodigies in the entire Eastern Heaven realm. He didn't expect that there would be dozens of them here. This meant that there were many prodigies in the Eastern Heaven realm. Although there were only 4 super sacred grounds in the Eastern Heaven realm. The problem was that there were many powerful clans. These clans didn't send their prodigies to the sacred grounds. Instead, they nurtured them in their own clans. If that was the case, it basically made sense. Otherwise, prodigies wouldn't be too worthless. However, Wang Mang could tell from this. The hidden dragon saint, Sun Shur, had a lot of face. He could actually invite so many prodigies. Even if the number of prodigies here wasn't half, it was definitely at least a quarter. A third was possible at this moment, just as Wang Mang was about to enter. However, he was stopped by 2 Ninth Heaven Immortal Emperors. The 2 Ninth Heaven Immortal Emperor gatekeepers said expressionlessly, "Young Master, please accept the invitation card sent by our young master." Hearing this, Wang Mang's expression was indifferent as he opened his palm. An invitation card appeared in his palm. After receiving the invitation, the 2 gatekeepers checked it and then said respectfully, "Senior brother, you're the one who sent the invitation. Saint son of 1,000 demons, please enter and exit as you please. However, your followers can only stay on the 1st and 2nd floors. Those who haven't reached the Sage Emperor level can't enter the 3rd floor." After saying that, the 2 gatekeepers glanced at Anlan. Obviously, they thought that Anlan was Wang Mang's follower. After hearing this, Anlan was so angry that his whole body trembled. He only felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. What did they mean by those who haven't reached the Sage Emperor level can't enter the 6th floor? This was simply differential treatment. It was 2F** King realistic. Anlan, who was about to explode in anger, finally suppressed his anger under Wang Mang's gaze and didn't say anything. As for Wang Mang, he was wearing the Immortal Emperor mask, and his strength had reached the 3rd Heaven Immortal Emperor level. Naturally, he could enter the tall building. Thus, after entering the Crouching Dragon Pavilion, Zhang Xian was stunned. Wang Mang was surprised to find that there were many peerless geniuses on the 1st floor. There were as many as 3 of them. However, these 3 legendary geniuses were very weak. The most powerful one was only at the 2nd heaven. In addition, Wang Mang also saw a familiar figure in the crowd. This figure was none other than someone else. It was Tong Yen from the Saint Emperor Academy. There was a familiar figure beside Tong Yen. She was his former junior, Tong Xin. Even more damnable, Wang Mang saw Tong Yen. Tong Yen also saw Wang Mang. When she saw Wang Mang, Tong Yen's beautiful eyes widened. She almost instantly thought of Wang Mang's domineering figure in the secret realm in the Supreme Being's tomb. Oh my God, it really was him. He's actually the Holy Son of the All-Devils Holy Land. I should have thought of this earlier. His strength is so strong, and his aura is like the aura of the demonic path. For a moment, Tong Yen's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. Then, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, she mustered up her courage and walked up. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that this bitch recognized me? Just as Wang Mang was in a daze, he heard an extremely gentle voice. Tong Nian of the Tong family of fallen Phoenix City greets the Holy Son of all devils. Wang Mang almost doubted his own ears when he heard this soft and tender voice that was so soft that it seeped into his bones. What the hell? Is this still the bitch Tong Nian I know? Why did her attitude change so much? Could it be that she saw how awesome I am, so she wants to kneel and lick my boots? For a moment, a lot of questions popped up in Wang Mang's mind. If that was the case, Wang Mang wouldn't have taken a liking to Tong Nian. This bitch, now that his strength had skyrocketed, it was good enough that he didn't take revenge on her. Now that she saw that I'm rich and awesome, she wants to kneel and lick my boots? Huh, hypocritical and realistic man. It's too late to kneel and lick my boots now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very cold. He didn't give Tong Nian any face, and just nodded indifferently. Then Wang Mang glanced at the absent-minded junior, Tong Xian, and walked up to the second floor with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Tong Nian only felt her heart shatter. An inexplicable bitterness welled up in her heart. At this moment, mocking voices sounded. Haha, what a cold goddess. Young Master Zhou and young Master Sun like her so much. They ignore her, but now they're kneeling and licking the Holy Son of all devils' boots. She's simply delusional. She wants to seduce the Holy Son of all devils. She should look in the mirror and see what her family background is like. That's right. I saw it just now. The new Holy Son of all devils aura has reached the third firmament of Saint Emperor. Is Tong Nian worthy? That's right. She's just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. The Holy Son of all devils has the potential to become a god emperor, and he even has the immortal emperor mask. How could he be interested in her? Clearly, these mocking voices came from the disciples of other clans on the first floor. They were also geniuses, but they weren't supreme geniuses. However, they were definitely among the best of their peers. They could even be considered quasi-supreme geniuses. Moreover, all of the people present here were people with deep backgrounds. The forces behind them were either first-rate clans, ordinary sacred grounds, or first-rate sacred grounds. In short, those who could come to the Crouching Dragon Pavilion were all elites of the younger generation. After hearing everyone's mocking voices, Tong Nian's beautiful face dimmed. The corners of her mouth curled into a bitter smile. That's right. He was the Holy Son of all devils. Such a noble identity was much more powerful than the so-called first-rate clan behind her. In Tong Nian's opinion, perhaps she knew Wang Mang, but Wang Mang didn't know her. After all, back in the Supreme Secret Realm, she had only hidden in a corner and silently watched Wang Mang. Thinking of this, Tong Nian was disappointed. However, she was still very persistent. In her opinion, Wang Mang didn't know her before, but now they had already met once. In the future, they would naturally become familiar with each other. As long as she persisted, there would definitely be a chance. Thinking of this, Tong Nian turned a deaf ear to the mocking voices. Then, Tong Nian silently retreated to her sister's side with an expressionless face. At this time, the absent-minded Tong Xian couldn't help but mock. What's wrong? My good sister, didn't you tell me to focus on cultivation? You also said that love, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires are just fleeting clouds. What's wrong with sister today? Seeing the Holy Son of all devils, you seem to be possessed? Hearing her sister's mockery, Tong Nian, who was already in low spirits, suddenly became furious. Her pretty face was full of anger. She glared at her sister angrily and scolded sternly. You're so stubborn. Are you still thinking about that so-called senior of yours? Moreover, how can that senior Wang Mang of yours be compared to the holy son of all devils? Chapter 685. At this moment, Tong Nian felt disheartened. She didn't expect others to mock her. She didn't expect her sister to mock her too. What made her even angrier was she knew that her younger sister was still unable to forget that shameless little thief Wang Mang from back then. These days, she had been distracted, as if she had lost her soul. Thinking of this, Tong Nian regretted it even more. She shouldn't have let her sister enter Saint Emperor Academy. In the end, her strength didn't increase much, but so many terrible things happened. At the same time, Tong Xian, who had been suppressed by her sister for a long time, finally exploded. Her face was red, and she looked up at Tong Nian with her red eyes. She choked and said, Yes, you're right. You're right to like someone else. Everything I do is wrong. But you can't look down on Senior Wang Mang. He's also very outstanding. Tong Xian mustered up her courage to shout the last sentence to Tong Nian. Looking at her sister's stubborn look, Tong Nian was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. You damn girl, how dare you shout at me? She wanted to scold her sister, but she didn't know what to say. At the same time, on the other side, what happened downstairs? Wang Mang didn't know. After coming to the second floor, Wang Mang also found 5 or 6 peerless geniuses. These 5 or 6 peerless geniuses were stronger and had reached the mid-stage immortal emperor realm. However, to Wang Mang, most of them were unfamiliar faces. He basically didn't recognize them. Of course, although Wang Mang didn't know them. But these peerless geniuses knew Wang Mang. Or rather, they knew Wang Mang's clothes, and the identity token of the holy son of all demons on Wang Mang's waist. Therefore, many peerless geniuses took the initiative to greet him. I'm the holy son of the 1,000 faces, sacred ground. Greetings, holy son of 1,000 faces, sacred ground. I'm Xiao Zhan of the Xiao clan of Falling Phoenix City. Greetings, holy son of 1,000 faces, sacred ground. Crouching Dragon Sacred Ground's core disciple, Chu Ge, greets the holy son of myriad demons. In an instant, Wang Mang could be said to have been surrounded by a group of young geniuses. The enthusiasm of these prodigies was beyond Wang Mang's expectations. Thus, after Wang Mang greeted him with a smile, he left and continued to head upstairs. This was because Wang Mang looked humble and easy to get along with on the surface, but in reality, he didn't take them seriously at all. However, Wang Mang paid attention to the weaker geniuses, because if nothing unexpected happened, Wang Mang would choose to make a move on these guys. After all, even a persimmon had to be picked on. Soon, Wang Mang reached the 3rd floor. When he reached the 3rd floor, Wang Mang noticed it. Without exception, all the experts there had reached the level of a Saint Emperor. These young geniuses were the real geniuses of the younger generation. That was because on the 3rd floor, there were too many peerless geniuses. There were more than 20 of them. Obviously, these were the real peerless geniuses of Crouching Dragon Tower. Moreover, these guys' auras were not inferior to a Saint Emperor. In fact, Wang Mang even sensed a few mid-stage Saint Emperors. This made Wang Mang even more shocked. He didn't expect that there were already mid-stage Saint Emperors among the peerless geniuses. Just as Wang Mang was shocked, many other geniuses were also sizing up Wang Mang. When they saw the immortal emperor mask on Wang Mang's face, they were even more shocked. The holy son of myriad demons and the holder of the immortal emperor mask, Wang Mang was definitely qualified to step into their small circle. Most of the geniuses present were only at the 1st or 2nd heavenly layer of Saint Emperors. There weren't many who had reached the 3rd heavenly layer of Saint Emperors. There were only 3 who were mid-stage Saint Emperors. Therefore, after seeing Wang Mang, many of them nodded at Wang Mang, acknowledging him. At the same time, some of the geniuses began to discuss softly. Good guy, there's going to be a good show. The Holy Son of Hidden Dragon is the holder of the Saint Emperor Mask. I didn't expect the Holy Son of Myriad Demons to be the holder of the Immortal Emperor Mask. His strength is not bad. The Holy Son of Hidden Dragon is only at the 4th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. Just as the peerless geniuses were discussing Wang Mang, a hearty laugh sounded. You must be the Holy Son of Myriad Demons. I am the Holy Son of Hidden Dragon's sacred ground. Hearing that, Wang Mang raised his head and looked over. He saw a handsome young man wearing a white gown walking toward him. Moreover, Wang Mang could sense that this guy's aura was very powerful. He was at the 2nd heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. However, after hearing his identity, Wang Mang's heart sank. Good guy. This guy's strength was already at the 9th heavenly layer of Immortal Emperor, including the fact that he was a peerless genius. He definitely had the strength of a 2nd heavenly layer of Saint Emperor, including the Immortal Emperor Mask. This guy's strength was at the 4th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. More importantly, Wang Mang had a conflict with this guy. This was because this guy had tried to snatch his Immortal Emperor Mask back in the Supreme Tomb Secret Realm. Moreover, before the God Emperor Mask Holder and Demon Emperor Mask Holder arrived, he was the first to escape. At the crucial moment, he even attacked Wang Mang. If it weren't for Wang Mang's luck, he would have been killed by the God Emperor Mask Holder and Demon Emperor Mask Holder. However, this guy didn't seem to be hostile toward Wang Mang at all. It was as if he didn't remember what had happened in the past. Therefore, Wang Mang replied with a smile, Greetings, Holy Son of Hidden Dragon. Hearing this, the Holy Son of Hidden Dragon smiled and said, Come, Holy Son of Hidden Dragon, let me introduce you to the other two. As he spoke, the Holy Son of Hidden Dragon acted like they were close friends and pulled Wang Mang to a corridor far away. Then, Wang Mang saw the other two peerless geniuses in the middle stage of Saint Emperor and the holy sons of the other two super sacred grounds. Moreover, the Holy Son of Hidden Dragon introduced them with a warm smile. This is Brother Nangong Wentian from the Nangong family of Fallen Phoenix City. This is Brother Fong Tianlong from the Fong family of Demon City. This is the Holy Son of the Divine Light Sacred Ground, Zhou Batong. This is the Holy Son of the Sword Deity's Sacred Ground, Demon Sword Deity. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly understood. At the same time, he also knew that among the few people present, they were definitely the people with the highest status in the entire Eastern Sky Realm. After all, the Holy Sons of the 4 super sacred grounds were all here. Even Nangong, Wentian, and Fong Tianlong weren't Holy Sons. However, they still had the support of their families and had reached the middle stage of Saint Emperor. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, Holy Son of Hidden Dragon. The other 4 peerless geniuses and Holy Sons all nodded at Wang Mang. This was their acknowledgement of Wang Mang. At this moment, the Demon Sword Saint looked at the mask on Wang Mang's face and suddenly smiled. Holy Son of Hidden Dragon, your Immortal Emperor Mask is not bad. Would you be willing to part with it? Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he smiled angrily. I think your mother is not bad. Would you be willing to part with it? Chapter 686. The reason why Wang Mang was so angry. There was a reason why he was so angry. After all, he had just arrived at the Crouching Dragon Tower. However, among all the prodigies present, there were only 5 that caught Wang Mang's attention or even thought highly of, although the demonic sword immortal was indeed worthy of Wang Mang's attention. That was it. This guy was no threat to Wang Mang. On the contrary, The only ones who could threaten Wang Mang were the crouching dragon saint, Nangong Wentian, and Fang Tianlong. The three of them had reached the fourth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Wang Mang was indeed slightly weaker than them. But that was it. Even if there was a gap, Wang Mang would not be afraid of anyone present. After all, he also possessed the battle prowess of a third, heavenly layer Saint Emperor. None of the prodigies present could do that. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally had no reason to keep a low profile. As for the Demon Sword Immortal, what was he? Would he be afraid of the Demon Sword Immortal? Although the Demon Sword Immortal was the saint of the sword immortal sacred ground. But Wang Mang was the saint of the thousand demons sacred ground. Their statuses and strengths were on par. Wang Mang naturally did not give him any face. Moreover, this dog was eyeing his immortal emperor mask. Ahaha! Did you hear that, Demon Sword Immortal? The saint of the thousand demons sacred ground is interested in your mother. Can you let her go? At this moment, the saint of the divine light sacred ground, Zhou Batong, could not help but laugh. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian, Fang Tianlong, and the other 5 people present all laughed. Yes, even the Demon Sword Immortal was laughing. Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded by his laughter. Good heavens, I'm interested in his mother, and this guy can still laugh? But in the next moment, the other party's words immediately made Wang Mang dumbfounded. The Demon Sword Immortal was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a smile, "Everyone be my witness. This guy said himself that he's interested in my mother." At this point, the Demon Sword Immortal looked at Wang Mang and said with a smile, "You can let her go, as long as you like it. If you're really interested in my mother, I'm willing to part with her. However, I don't think she's as valuable as the mask of the immortal emperor. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to trade, not only will I give you my mother, I'll also give you my younger sister and fiancé. If that's the case, I'll feel more at ease holding the immortal emperor's mask, and fellow Taoist won't feel that you've lost too much." After hearing this, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the demonic sword immortal, this dog, could really say such words. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen someone so shameless and without a bottom line. For this dog to be able to become the holy son of the sword immortal holy land, he was definitely a ruthless character. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, family and love, in this guy's eyes, were really worthless. After all, Wang Mang couldn't do something without a bottom line, but this guy could. Listen to what this guy is saying. Is this even human language? He could even give his mother away. No, he was even willing to give his sister and wife away. If he was really willing to trade, he would probably feel that he had lost out if someone gave him 2 extra. To be honest, Wang Mang didn't know how to evaluate this guy for a moment. This guy was really heartless, wholeheartedly pursuing the supreme realm. At the same time, Wang Mang also knew that this guy was definitely a cold-blooded person to the extreme. He was a ruthless person, much more ruthless than Wang Mang. At this moment, it wasn't just Wang Mang who was stunned. Similarly, the other 4 holy sons and legendary geniuses standing beside him were also stunned. They all looked at the demonic sword immortal in shock, and their eyes also became serious. Regarding this, the demonic sword immortal had a gentle smile on his face from beginning to end, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang looked at the demonic sword immortal with a serious gaze and gritted his teeth. "You're ruthless." The demonic sword immortal laughed and said, "If fellow Taoist is willing to trade, we can do it now." After saying this, Wang Mang didn't know how to continue, and his expression didn't look too good. At this moment, the gentle Wulong Holy Sun chuckled. "Brother Holy Son of all demons, don't be so serious. The demonic sword immortal was just joking. At this moment, an ear-piercing, mocking voice sounded. How are you any different from a beast if you can even say such words? Is this kind of person worthy of being with us legendary geniuses? Hearing this, Wang Mang turned around in surprise and saw the person who spoke. It was none other than Zhang Tianyu of the All Demons Sacred Land. The demonic sword immortal's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "What right do you have to interrupt us when we're talking?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu wasn't afraid of the demonic sword immortal at all. He sneered and said, "What can you do to me even if I say it?" Zhang Tianyu didn't want to speak up for Wang Mang, as he hated heartless people like the demonic sword immortal very much. Hearing this, the demonic sword immortal turned to look at Wang Mang and chuckled. "Holy Son of all demons, is everyone from the All Demons Sacred Land so nosy?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was expressionless and couldn't even be bothered with this guy. Seeing this, the demonic sword immortal looked at Zhang Tianyu strangely and asked curiously, "How did a meddlesome person like you survive until now?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu sneered and said, "What does it have to do with you how I survive until now? What? You want to kill me? Are you worthy?" For a moment, all the legendary geniuses present were watching the show with playful expressions. Similarly, Wang Mang also looked like he was watching a good show. Although he didn't get along with Zhang Tianyu, Wang Mang didn't have a good impression of the demonic sword immortal either. Therefore, these two guys didn't care who died. To Wang Mang, this was good news that he was happy to see. The demonic sword immortal was clearly enraged. He squinted his eyes slightly and said coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" In response, Zhang Tianyu didn't back down and sneered. Do you think that a third heaven sage emperor can kill me?" Seeing the two of them getting ready to fight, the Wulong Saint immediately said with a smile, "If the two of you want to fight, you can move to the nearby arena. Life and death are not allowed in the arena. If you're not afraid of death, the two of you can go and fight." Following the Wulong Saint's words, the other legendary geniuses also chimed in. "That's right. If you have the guts, don't just talk. Fight to the death in the arena. That's right. What's the use of bickering? Fight to the death, if you can." As the legendary geniuses jeered, the demonic sword immortal looked at Zhang Tianyu indifferently and said, "Do you dare to fight to the death in the arena?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu snorted and said, "Why not? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Seeing this, the Wulong Saint immediately waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, we'll move to the arena and be the witnesses for the two of you." Hearing this, the legendary geniuses cheered and left the Wulong Pavilion, heading to the arena. Naturally, Wang Mang was among them. Not only that, Wang Mang was also one of the people walking at the front. This also made Tong Nian, who was mixed in with the other legendary geniuses, couldn't help but be amazed. Indeed, Tong Nian, value the man, even among the legendary geniuses. He is also that dazzling existence. Chapter 687. Because in Tong Nian's opinion, there were too many prodigies present. There were dozens of legendary prodigies. But what about Wang Mang? Among the dozens of legendary prodigies, he was still one of the few legendary prodigies standing at the front. This also meant that among the prodigies, Wang Mang was also one of the top prodigies. If Wang Mang could not be recognized, the rest of the prodigies would not be convinced at all. In the end, even among the prodigies, strength was still the most respected. The stronger one was, the higher one's status would be. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. However, right at this moment, Wang Mang and the other prodigies saw 10 young masters dressed in luxurious clothes. Their strength was all over the place. These 10 young men all looked like rich playboys. They were surrounded by a group of servants, and servants. Everyone on the street avoided him like the plague. Seeing these 10 arrogant young men, Wang Mang could not help but frown slightly. He was not a fool. Of course, he could sense that these young men were not to be trifled with. Why? Because Wang Mang was among these 10 young men. He also saw Feng Tianhu, the son of the city master of infinite demons. Not only that, they also had several sage emperor-level experts as their subordinates. If it was an ordinary person, would they have sage emperor-level experts as their subordinates? This was obviously impossible. Hey! Aren't these the prodigies of the East Heaven realm? What a grand display! At this moment, an extremely ear-piercing mocking laughter was heard. Hearing this, all the prodigies present frowned. Many of them could not help but start discussing, "These guys we really met. Ignorant and incompetent things. How dare they compare with us? They're just a bunch of rich playboys. They're nothing. Forget it. Why bother with a bunch of rich playboys? Ignore these trash. They're just rich playboys relying on their parents." Although that's the case, they have 10 god emperors behind them. They can't be underestimated. So what if they have 10 god emperors? Could it be that the forces behind us are smaller than them? Wang Mang was shocked when he heard the discussions of the crowd. He didn't expect that the 10 arrogant and despotic youths in front of him were actually the sons of the 10 city lords. What kind of concept was the 10 city lords? There were only 10 great cities in the Eastern Sky realm. The rest of the cities were not counted as the top 10 cities. However, the son of the city, lord of these 10 great cities. In that case, the status of these fellows could be imagined. Clearly, even many of the sky prides present were unwilling to provoke these spoiled brats. Not to mention that he had met the son of one of the 10 city lords all of a sudden. As for the person who mocked him, it was the young man standing at the very front. This venerable Qinian's strength was also very strong. He was actually a Saint Emperor. Of course, he was only a first heavenly layer Saint Emperor. The other 9 city lords' sons did not possess the strength of a Saint Emperor at all. Of course, he was much more arrogant than Wang Mang and the other geniuses. Fortunately, the leading hidden dragon Saint Child smiled and said, "Everyone, make way for the sons of the city lords." Hearing that, the hidden dragon Saint Child was the first to make way for them. Similarly, Nangong Wentian, Feng Tianlong, the demon sword saint, and Zhou Batong also made way for them. Seeing that, Wang Mang naturally went with the flow. After all, Wang Mang did not want to provoke these disgusting people. The pursuit of a celestial emperor expert and a pursuit of a sage emperor expert could not be compared at all. As for the reason, could a saint emperor be compared to a god emperor? These two realms were two completely different concepts. Seeing that the sky prides had made way for them, the sons of the city lords all laughed mockingly. "Haha, sky prides? So what if you're a sky pride? Aren't you obediently making way for them? Don't say that. We're all spoiled brats. We can't beat these sky prides. Ha ha ha." Hearing the words of these spoiled brats, the sky prides were all enraged. However, they did not make a move. That was because the price to pay for killing these spoiled brats was too high. Moreover, it was not that easy to kill these spoiled brats. Didn't you see how many saint emperors they had brought with them? After sending these spoiled brats away, Wang Mang and the other sky prides finally arrived at the so-called arena. This arena was shaped like a pot. The closer to the center, the lower it was, and the higher it was, the wider it was. Moreover, there were many people surrounding the center of the arena, shouting loudly. That was because there were a total of 5 battlefields in the huge arena. 2 of them had powerful cultivators fighting in them. At this moment, the Wulong Saint turned to look at the Demon Sword Saint and Zhang Tianyu. He said with a smile, "Please, as for whether it's a life and death battle or a one-on-one battle, it's up to you." Hearing that, the Demon Sword Saint looked at Zhang Tianyu expressionlessly and jumped onto the battlefield. Similarly, Zhang Tianyu did not back down and jumped onto the battlefield. Then, an enchantment formed in the sky above the battlefield. In the next instant, the two of them started fighting on the battlefield. What made Wang Mang even more astonished was that Zhang Tianyu had once again brought out an almost shameless fighting style. The world-destroying demonic plate appeared in the sky, and the top-tier doppelganger ability split into 3. No matter how fierce the Demon Sword Saint was, he still could not do anything to Zhang Tianyu. What made Wang Mang even more incredulous was that Zhang Tianyu's strength had increased again. It seemed that becoming a candidate for the saint would also give him good cultivation resources. Otherwise, the people of the bloodthirsty faction would give Zhang Tianyu a lot of benefits. Otherwise, Zhang Tianyu's battle strength would not have reached the peak of the second heaven of Saint Emperor. For a moment, Wang Mang did not know if Zhang Tianyu could withstand the Demon Sword Saint's attack. At this moment, a chuckle came from beside Wang Mang. "Fellow Saint Son of Myriad Demons, how about the two of us also fight? As for the wager, let's use your Immortal Emperor mask and my Saint Emperor mask." Hearing that, Wang Mang suddenly turned to look at the Wulong Saint Son. Seeing the Wulong Saint Son looking at him with a smile, Wang Mang slowly narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this guy was also thinking about his Immortal Emperor mask, thinking about the grudge of that palm strike. Wang Mang did not have a good impression of the Wulong Saint Son at all. Of course, in the end, Wang Mang rejected without hesitation. "Forget it. I'm not as strong as the Wulong Saint Son. He was not an idiot. How could he accept this guy's challenge? After all, this guy's strength was higher than his by a small realm. Because of that, Wang Mang would never agree to this guy's challenge, no matter what he said. Because against the Wulong Saint Son, Wang Mang had no confidence in defeating him. Seeing that Wang Mang had rejected him, the Wulong Saint Son was not surprised at all. "How about this? I'll suppress my strength to the same realm as yours, and we won't use masks. How about we fight at the same realm?" Hearing that, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted, because in the same realm, Wang Mang had never feared anyone. Chapter 688. However, Wang Mang hesitated after giving it some thought. That guy dared to bet on the sacred Emperor mask with him. This proved that this guy had absolute confidence in winning. Otherwise, he would not have provoked him so many times. Wang Mang became cautious at that thought. Although he had many trump cards, he was not afraid of that guy playing tricks. However, the problem was that Wang Mang had to complete the mission first. For example, if Wang Mang were to kill the 15 Supreme Prodigies first, Wang Mang would be more than happy to fight that guy. Not only would he have completed the mission, but he would also not be afraid of that guy playing tricks. At most, he would activate the divine demon's wrath. No matter what tricks he had, he would kill them all. If he could not win, he could still escape from the sacred Emperor continent. With that thought, Wang Mang said slowly, "How about this? I'll fight you later." With that, Wang Mang turned to look at the legendary prodigies. Finally, his gaze landed on the legendary prodigies. He chuckled and said, "Are there any friends who are willing to fight me to the death at the same cultivation level?" Hearing Wang Mang's words, the hidden dragon saint frowned slightly. He did not know what Wang Mang was up to. However, when he thought about how Wang Mang was worried about fighting him, he understood. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at the supreme geniuses present. If any legendary prodigy thinks that he can defeat the 1,000 demon saint at the same cultivation level, don't hesitate. It's time to make a name for yourself. If you can defeat the 1,000 demon saint at the same cultivation level, your name will be known throughout the Eastern Heaven realm. Although he did not know what Wang Mang was up to, since Wang Mang was going to fight the other legendary prodigies, he could take the opportunity to see Wang Mang's strength. Although he was confident that he was invincible in the same realm, if he understood Wang Mang's strength and combat abilities, then he would be more confident in fighting Wang Mang at the same realm. Because of this, he stepped out to help Wang Mang provoke these peerless heaven's favorites. This was because there was not a single peerless genius who was not proud. These peerless geniuses all thought that they were invincible in the same realm. As expected, with Wang Mang's words and the hidden dragon Saint Sun's provocation, the hidden dragon Saint Sun had no choice but to agree. A peerless genius at the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm slowly walked out under the surprised gazes of the other geniuses. He said confidently, "I'll fight you, Gu Juji of the Gu family of Wulong City." With that, the young man leaped into the air and landed on the battlefield. Hearing this, Wang Mang was elated. After that, Wang Mang also jumped onto the battlefield. Then, the young man shouted from afar, "Life and death battle of the same realm. Do you agree?" With that, the young man looked at Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang did not back down and nodded, "I agree." With that, a powerful force enveloped Wang Mang's entire body. In the next instant, Wang Mang realized in shock that his cultivation level was sealed at the 9th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. In addition to the immortal emperor mask on his face, he was also a peerless genius. His strength was the same as Gu Juji's at the 4th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Seeing this, Gu Juji's face was filled with murderous intent. He no longer hid the greed in his eyes as he stared at the immortal emperor mask on Wang Mang's face. Originally, with his strength, there was no way he could fight Wang Mang directly. But the problem was Wang Mang was so arrogant that he wanted to fight all the peerless geniuses at the same realm. This gave him a chance to get the immortal emperor mask. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw the murderous intent in this guy's eyes. But Wang Mang snickered to himself, since he had chosen to fight at the same realm. Naturally, he was confident that he could defeat these ants. And not only did Wang Mang want to defeat these ants, he wanted to defeat all 15 peerless geniuses in one go. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's murderous intent was ignited. But to protect the Holy Sun's face, Wang Mang pretended to be calm and said, "I'll let you attack first." Hearing this, Gu Juji snickered and attacked without hesitation. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted, "Void chains." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of chains appeared out of thin air around Wang Mang, wrapping around him. This instantly caused Wang Mang to be extremely shocked. This fellow actually knows a top-rate divine ability as well. This also made Wang Mang realize a problem. All the peerless geniuses had mastered peerless techniques. At the same time, every peerless genius was not to be underestimated. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's face turned serious. At the same time, Wang Mang did not hesitate to use his technique. 1,000 Buddhas sitting. As Wang Mang formed a seal and shouted, a lofty Buddha figure that looked down on all living beings appeared. This Buddha figure's expression carried an indifference to all life standing behind Wang Mang. At the same time, the thousands of void chains could not break through Wang Mang's defense. Then Wang Mang formed a seal with both hands and used the 1,000 Buddhas' slaughter. In the next moment, the sky was filled with Buddha shadows. Each of them covered the sky and charged towards Gu Juji. Seeing this, Gu Juji's face changed. He also formed a seal and used a defensive technique. Divine Turtle Heavenly Shell. At the same time as he roared, a giant tortoise silhouette condensed from a vast amount of magic power appeared. Unfortunately, under the onslaught of the Buddha figures, it was a little difficult. Moreover, the health bar above his head kept dropping. Helpless, Gujuji had no choice but to give up on attacking and focus on defending. Seeing this, Wang Mang laughed in his heart. This guy's defensive technique was just SOSO. It was not at the level of the best. This also meant that he was destined to fall, because defensive techniques were just as important as offensive techniques. It was a matter of life and death. Of course, Wang Mang was not in a hurry to kill this guy. On the contrary, Wang Mang started to put on an act. Therefore, to outsiders, the two of them were evenly matched. This caused the battle to drag on for a long time. After delaying for a few hours, Yi Zichen finally came back to his senses. Wang Mang finally managed to kill Gujuji. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Gujuji was blasted into a bloody mist by Wang Mang. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully killed a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained 1 talent point. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the enchantment around the battleground was automatically lifted. Then, Wang Mang looked at the group of geniuses in the distance. Which other peerless genius dares to fight me to the death in the same cultivation level? But just as Wang Mang finished speaking, another young man jumped onto the battleground. This peerless genius looked at Wang Mang with disdain. He crossed his arms arrogantly in front of him and sneered coldly, "You're right. Do you really think you are that powerful? In my eyes, you are nothing. If an ant like you can become the saint, then I can kill as many as I want in the same cultivation level." Chapter 689. After hearing that, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. He did not expect this guy to be so arrogant. However, Wang Mang was also very happy. This meant that his acting skills were quite good. In fact, that was indeed the case. In Liu Bei's opinion, Wang Mang had won by a fluke. Moreover, Wang Mang had been fighting for so long. In his opinion, Wang Mang's strength was only average. Yes, very average. Similarly, Gujuji's strength was even more average. That was why he could not wait to jump out. After all, once he killed Wang Mang, he would gain too many benefits. Not only would he be famous, but the immortal emperor's mask was also very tempting. With that thought, Liu Bei said coldly, "I'll fight you at the same level. Do you agree?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately became incomparably furious. Without any hesitation, he angrily roared, "Agree!" In the eyes of outsiders, Wang Mang was simply blinded by anger. At the same time, in the group of prodigies, many people also had doubts about Wang Mang, because the combat strength that Wang Mang displayed did not seem like the strength that the Holy Son of the Holy Land of 10,000 Demons should have. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, who was able to fight the demon sword immortal to a standstill, had extraordinary combat strength. If Wang Mang was only at this level, Zhang Tianyu could not have lost to Wang Mang, right? At this moment, many people had doubts and questions in their hearts. At this moment, a prodigy from the city of 10,000 demons explained with a smile, "I know about this. Back then, Zhang Tianyu and this guy were fighting for the position of Holy Son. Coincidentally, Zhang Tianyu's sister was kidnapped at that time. So Zhang Tianyu gave up the fight for the position of Holy Son. And in the end, this guy took advantage of him." After hearing that prodigy from the city of 10,000 demons, all the prodigies present were enlightened. Then, the gazes with which they looked to Wang Mang became one of contempt and disdain. At first, They thought that Wang Mang was hiding his strength. In the end, it turned out that he had gotten lucky and became the holy son of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. For a moment, the way they looked at Wang Mang had changed. They were full of contempt. Even if Wang Mang himself was very strong, they were still very disdainful. This was because Wang Mang did not rely on his own strength to successfully obtain the position of Holy Son. In their eyes, Wang Mang's title as the Holy Son was naturally fake. This also made the peerless geniuses, who were originally somewhat doubtful and even cautious, somewhat eager to give it a try and secretly find it a pity. On the contrary, they hoped that Wang Mang would be able to kill Liu Bei. It would be best if Wang Mang could survive, so that they could finish him off completely. After all, who wouldn't be tempted to trample on the Holy Son of the All-Demons' Holy Land and obtain the Celestial Emperor's mask? Several more hours passed. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of the peerless geniuses, Liu Bei had finally fallen. Good. Finally dead. Yes, gave me a fright. Fortunately, the Holy Son of all demons held on. Don't fight with me. I'm from the general family of the All Demons City. In your dreams, the Holy Son of the All Demons Holy Land will definitely become my stepping stone. Get lost. This Holy Son of the All Demons Holy Land. I should be the one to kill him. For a moment, the peerless geniuses were all excited. In order to be the first to attack, they were all arguing with each other until their faces turned red. At the same time, Wang Mang in the battle. Naturally, he also saw this scene. Wang Mang was indescribably happy about this. In the next moment, another peerless genius jumped onto the stage. Just like that, the cycle repeated again and again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was fighting bitterly in the battle arena, had an extremely solemn expression. He had already killed 13 peerless geniuses in succession. However, this time, he had encountered a fierce opponent. This guy was too strong. He had already fought Wang Mang for an entire day among the peerless geniuses of the same realm. This guy's strength was definitely qualified to compete with Wang Mang. That was because this guy's defensive divine ability was top-notch. His combat divine ability was also top-notch. Even his spatial capturing divine ability was top-notch. Bai Zhiqian basically had all of the top-notch divine abilities that Wang Mang possessed. That was also the reason why Wang Mang couldn't take down the other party after fighting for so long. Damn it, this Bai Zhiqian is really amazing. I have to think of a way. At this moment, Wang Mang was extremely anxious. That was because he only wanted to kill this guy now. Then, he would be very close to completing the mission. He had already killed 13 peerless geniuses in front of him, just as Wang Mang was thinking about how to kill Bai Zhiqian. A voice transmission sounded, "Fellow Taoist, how about we call it a draw?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately knew what this guy was thinking. Obviously, this guy couldn't defeat him at all, so he wanted to call it a draw. In fact, the life and death battle in the arena didn't have to be a life and death battle. As long as both sides agreed to a draw, the barrier of the arena would open. Hearing this, Wang Mang hesitated for a moment and wanted to refuse. That was because he had already killed more than 10 peerless geniuses. The remaining peerless geniuses were either stronger or more cautious. They definitely wouldn't accept the challenge easily. That was because so many days had passed. Even a fool could tell that he had been deliberately hiding his strength. But what gave Wang Mang a headache was how to take down this guy. This guy's defensive divine ability was on par with Wang Mang's 10,000 Buddha, sitting ancient Buddha. His offensive divine ability was also very powerful. Wang Mang really didn't get any advantage from this guy. At this moment, seeing that Wang Mang didn't respond, He didn't continue to attack crazily. Bai Zhiqian also didn't continue to attack. He knew that Wang Mang should still be considering. He could still afford to give this bit of time. At the same time, although he couldn't kill Wang Mang, it was also impossible for Wang Mang to kill him. The two of them had been fighting for a day. They had basically used all the methods they could. In fact, that was the case. Wang Mang didn't use the wrath of the gods and demons. He had used all the methods he could. Helpless, Wang Mang could only ask the system for help. Then Wang Mang asked in his heart, "System, is there any way to kill this guy?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Warm reminder. It is recommended that the host upgrade the God-controlling seal to a top-notch divine ability. Ding. Warm reminder. The opponent doesn't have a top-notch divine ability. After upgrading the God-controlling seal, you can defeat the opponent. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. That's right. This guy didn't have a top-notch divine ability. Once he used a top-notch divine ability, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy couldn't withstand it at all. When the time came, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited. Then he hurriedly asked, "System, how much energy do I need to upgrade the God-controlling seal to a top-notch divine ability?" Chapter 690. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. The host can spend 1.5 billion energy points. Upgrade the God-controlling seal to a top-tier divine ability. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang almost couldn't help but curse. This system was 2F** King greedy. It just so happened to be asking for such a high price. This was simply treating him like a pig to be slaughtered. Wang Mang even suspected that the system had been waiting for him here for a long time. If it cost a few 100 million energy points, Wang Mang could bear with it. However, Wang Mang really couldn't accept so much energy points at once. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask again, "System, is there no other way?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Warm and fast host, the above method is the most convenient and safe. Ding. Method 2. The host can purchase a top-tier divine ability of the physical body. Ding. Purchasing a top-tier divine ability of the physical body, so the energy points are higher. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely helpless. The system's meaning was very clear. The best way was to upgrade the primordial soul-type divine ability. Although the price was high enough, once he bought it, he would be able to win this guy. Other than that, he would have to spend more energy points to purchase a top-tier divine ability of the physical body. Thinking of this, what else could Wang Mang say? He could only grit his teeth and say in his heart, "System, upgrade the God-controlling seal to a top-tier divine ability." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. 1.5 billion energy points have been successfully deducted. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully upgraded the God-controlling seal. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained a top-tier divine ability, devouring divine ability. The next moment, Wang Mang felt a brand new divine ability in his mind. This top-notch primordial swallowing divine art was too overbearing and cruel. This was a top-tier divine ability of the primordial soul type. At the same time, this was also a vicious divine ability. When Wang Mang used it, his primordial spirit would be able to rush out and enter his opponent's body to devour their primordial spirit. Once the opponent's primordial spirit was unable to withstand Wang Mang's devouring, it would be completely devoured by Wang Mang and die. Moreover, what was even more exaggerated about this spirit-devouring technique was that it could strengthen oneself by devouring other people's primordial spirits. One had to know that once the primordial spirit was devoured, the person would be completely dead. This was because every living being's true spirit was also hidden within their primordial spirit. It could be said that once the primordial spirit was gone, it was truly gone. Other than that, this spirit-swallowing and godly-devouring art was extremely abnormal, even if his physical body was completely destroyed. It could also allow Wang Mang to survive in his primordial spirit state. They could even take over someone else's body and make it theirs after understanding the power of the godly swallowing technique. Only then did Wang Mang feel a lot better. But at this moment, Bai Zhiqian's voice sounded again. Fellow Taoist, have you made up your mind? If we really continue to fight, it will be difficult for us to determine the winner. If it's a tie, I can take the initiative to propose a tie. Fellow Taoist, you just need to agree. At that time, you will have maintained your face, and I will also have maintained my dignity. After hearing this guy's voice transmission, Wang Mang immediately sneered in his heart. Then, Wang Mang did not hesitate and directly used the spirit-swallowing and godly-devouring technique. In the next moment, a transparent figure with the same shape as Wang Mang drilled out of Wang Mang's body. Then, this figure shot towards Bai Zhiqian. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhiqian's face was filled with shock, and he cried out involuntarily, "You're crazy! You actually want to compete with my primordial spirit." Obviously, he could also see it. The white, transparent figure that flew out. It was Wang Mang's primordial spirit. Similarly, in the arena, the other legendary geniuses were in an uproar because none of them had expected Wang Mang to be so crazy, competing with primordial spirits. Once the primordial spirit was damaged, it would be an injury that was difficult to heal. Damage to the primordial spirit was definitely the most serious injury. Similarly, once the primordial spirit was damaged, death was inevitable. Once the primordial spirit was damaged, it would be reduced to ashes. This guy is too crazy. He actually chose to compete with his primordial spirit. Yeah, even if he dies in battle, his primordial spirit can still escape. But this guy chose to compete with his primordial spirit. At this moment, the geniuses' faces were solemn as they discussed. Even the Wulong Saint's son, who had been calm all this time, was shocked when he saw this scene. His expression instantly became serious as he stared at Bai Zhiqian, because Wang Mang had already launched a primordial spirit attack. It directly drilled into his opponent's body. It could be said that this was a suicide attack. If Wang Mang could not defeat Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit, he would suffer even the slightest loss. Not only would Wang Mang die without a doubt, he would also be reduced to ashes. Moreover, primordial spirit-type grand theurgy was simply amazing. It was as rare as physical body-type grand theurgy. But to the Wulong Saint's son, since Wang Mang dared to use his primordial spirit to compete, victory was definitely in his grasp. Otherwise, no one would so easily use their primordial spirit to compete. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang had already charged into the other party's consciousness. This was a dark and barren consciousness. In the center of the consciousness, a transparent Bai Zhiqian was looking at Wang Mang with a face full of shock and anger. This transparent Bai Zhiqian was naturally his primordial spirit. It was also Wang Mang's target. In the next moment, Wang Mang laughed sinisterly and then charged towards Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit like a demon. In anger, Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit roared, "I'll fight it out with you." Then, Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit charged towards Wang Mang's primordial spirit. In the next moment, Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit and Wang Mang's primordial spirit clashed. Unfortunately, judging from the strength of Bai Zhiqian's primordial spirit, it only had the strength of the original body's realm. For example, his original body was only at the 6th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. At this moment, his primordial spirit was only at the 6th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. But Wang Mang was different. With the support of the swallowing spirit devouring art, Wang Mang's primordial spirit was exceptionally powerful, and it even exceeded his original realm by a small realm. The strength of the two primordial spirits was not equal at all, because Bai Jiqian's primordial spirit only had the strength of a sixth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. But Wang Mang's primordial spirit had the strength of a ninth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. This was simply a complete suppression. Therefore, Wang Mang's primordial spirit crazily bit and bit. Bai Jiqian immediately screamed miserably. His primordial spirit was constantly being bitten and devoured by Wang Mang. In just a few minutes, Bai Jiqian's primordial spirit was completely devoured by Wang Mang. Only then did Wang Mang leave Bai Jiqian's body in satisfaction and return to his body. When Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes, he saw Bai Jiqian's body fall to the ground motionlessly. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a peerless genius. You have obtained 1 talent point." Chapter 691. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed. Now, he only needed one more peerless genius. Wang Mang would be able to completely advance to become a peerless genius. At that time, everyone present would be his younger brother, and they would all raise their hands to suppress him. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits, the crowd of geniuses outside the arena also fell into an uproar. Bai Jiqian was a peerless genius from a top family, and his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Bai Jiqian's strength had even gained the recognition of many peerless geniuses in the same realm. But now, such a peerless genius had also fallen in the hands of Wang Mang. This also made the hearts of all the peerless geniuses present heavy. Wang Mang's strength was probably not far from being invincible in the same realm, right? This was the thought of many geniuses and peerless geniuses present. Among the crowd of geniuses, Tong Nian's pretty face was also filled with excitement, especially when she saw Wang Mang killing peerless geniuses one after another. She seemed to have seen the invincible Wang Mang in the Supreme Being's tomb secret realm again. If it weren't for the fact that she had to be reserved, she would have almost cheered for Wang Mang. At the same time, after calming down his excitement, Wang Mang immediately raised his head confidently and looked at the crowd of geniuses in the arena in the distance. He pretended to be calm and said, "Which other peerless genius is willing to fight with me in the same realm?" As soon as Wang Mang's voice fell, the entire arena fell silent. The crowd of peerless geniuses fell into silence. After all, they had all seen Wang Mang's combat strength. In the same realm, Wang Mang had already killed 14 peerless geniuses. No matter how they looked at Wang Mang, they couldn't deny that Wang Mang's strength was really very strong, and it was hard to find a match for him in the same realm. Therefore, there were no heaven's favorites who jumped out and confidently claimed they were going to kill Wang Mang. Because those who had the confidence to jump out and say that they wanted to kill Wang Mang and step on Wang Mang's head to make a name for themselves were basically all dead. Seeing that no legendary prodigy was willing to jump out, Wang Mang immediately felt that it was a pity. It was really as he had guessed. However, after he had killed a sufficient number of peerless geniuses, the number of existences that dared to fight with him at the same cultivation level was becoming fewer and fewer. Thinking till here, Wang Mang pretended to sigh helplessly. Could it be that none of the heaven's favorites here dares to fight me at the same level? Am I really that powerful? Have all of you been frightened by my strength? After Wang Mang's contemptuous and humiliating words came out of his mouth, the geniuses at the scene were startled, especially the group of legendary geniuses, because of Wang Mang's words. He was blatantly looking down on them. He did not take them seriously at all. In an instant, the faces of the legendary prodigies became even angrier. This guy is too arrogant. Does he really think we're afraid of him? Ha ha, he's just a petty person who got his way. He only killed a few legendary prodigies. Does he really think he's invincible? He has his reasons for being arrogant. His strength is definitely among those of the same cultivation level. Even among the legendary prodigies, he's definitely one of the strongest. In an instant, the legendary prodigies discussed fervently. Some were furious, some did not think much of it, and some were filled with murderous intent towards Wang Mang. At that moment, a gentle voice laughed. "Fellow cultivator, you've already killed so many. Can you fight with me at the same cultivation level now?" Hearing that, Wang Mang immediately turned to look at the Wulong Saint. He saw that the Wulong Saint was still looking at him with his hands behind his back and a smile. Wang Mang was dumbfounded. "I'm so powerful. Aren't you afraid of me? Didn't you see that I've already killed 14 legendary prodigies?" In an instant, the Wulong Saint's attitude made Wang Mang doubt his life. Logically speaking, the Wulong Saint should be afraid of him after seeing how powerful he was. At the very least, even if he was not afraid of him, shouldn't he be cautious? But what about this guy? His attitude towards him still hadn't changed. But why was this guy so confident? "I'm so powerful. Why are you so confident?" That was the question in Wang Mang's mind. However, for safety's sake, Wang Mang did not accept the Wulong Saint's challenge. After all, he was very close to completing the mission. Once he completed the mission, Wang Mang could sit back and relax. By then, even if he had to fight to the death with the Wulong Saint, Wang Mang would still be extremely confident. It could even be said that he would be in an invincible position. However, in order to maintain his image, he could not lower his head. Therefore, Wang Mang pretended to be calm and smiled. "Fellow cultivator, why are you in such a hurry? Let's have another legendary prodigy fight with me. In the next battle, I'd like to see how powerful the Wulong Saint is." Hearing that, Ao Tianhen smiled and nodded. Clearly, he had agreed to Wang Mang's request. Seeing this scene, many supreme prodigies looked at Wang Mang with even more solemn gazes. That was because Wang Mang was not even afraid of the Wulong Saint. The pressure they felt from him was even stronger. Is there not a single legendary prodigy who dares to fight with me? That shouldn't be. Could it be that everyone here is so frightened by my strength that they don't dare to fight? That can't be, right? Everyone here is a legendary prodigy, after all. Are you that unconfident in yourself? After Wang Mang's mockery, one of the legendary prodigies was finally enraged. "Then let Lung Yi experience the power of the Holy Son of all demons." As soon as he said that, this legendary prodigy jumped onto the battlefield without hesitation. Then Lung Yi looked coldly at Wang Mang and said coldly, "I'll fight with you at the same cultivation level. Do you agree?" Seeing this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Then Wang Mang smiled and nodded without hesitation. "I agree." In the next moment, the barrier was formed and the battle began. It was worth mentioning that Lung Ye's strength was not to be underestimated. Not only was he very powerful, but his combat strength was also very terrifying. Regardless of whether it was offensive, defensive, or spatial, they were all top-notch. He fought fiercely with Wang Mang for several hours, under the circumstances where he had no choice. In the end, Wang Mang could only use his primordial soul-type divine ability. After all, if Wang Mang did not use this primordial soul-type divine ability, he would not be able to defeat this guy. But at this moment, a deafening roar of anger was heard. "Holy Son of all demons, if you dare to kill the Yi family's prodigy, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately turned his head and saw a late-stage sage emperor elder in the corner of the battlefield, staring at him coldly. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. Then, under the Yi family elder's shocked and furious gaze, Wang Mang did not hesitate to use the devouring energy technique. In the next moment, Wang Mang's primordial spirit left his body and crashed into Lung Ye's body. Not only that, Wang Mang immediately went to Lung Ye's spiritual altar in his consciousness. Facing Lung Ye's shocked and furious primordial spirit, he rushed up like a lion and started to bite and devour it. Lung Ye was also bitten and devoured by Wang Mang's primordial spirit. In the end, his primordial spirit was completely devoured by Wang Mang. When Wang Mang's primordial spirit returned to his body, the system's voice also sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully killed a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained an immortal king-level blind box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained an immortal king-level treasure box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 talent points. Ding! Accumulated talent points. You have met the promotion requirements. You want to be promoted to a prodigy? Chapter 692. No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. However, Wang Mang did not immediately become a peerless prodigy. Why? Because Wang Mang had bigger plans, although he had completed his mission. But Wang Mang was jealous of the Sage Emperor mask. Next, if nothing went wrong, he would have to fight the Wulong Saint Sun. At that time, no matter what trump cards the Wulong Saint Sun had, if he could not defeat him, he could instantly become a peerless prodigy. This way, Wang Mang would be able to maximize his benefits. At that time, once he became a peerless prodigy, he would obtain the Sage Emperor mask and complete his mission. Wang Mang did not dare to imagine how much his strength would increase. Just thinking about it made Wang Mang excited. But at this moment, an angry roar could be heard. "Brat, how dare you kill my Yi clan's prodigy? This old man will definitely tear you to shreds." The person who said this was none other than the Yi clan's expert from before, a late-stage sage emperor elder. At this moment, this late-stage sage emperor of the Yi clan was furious, and his face was extremely dark. Because Wang Mang was too arrogant, he killed his Yi clan's prodigy right in front of him. He did not care about his words at all. At the same time, Wang Mang also turned around and saw the elder's face filled with killing intent. At first, Wang Mang did not think much of it and was prepared to challenge the Wulong Saint Sun. But Wang Mang soon realized that something was wrong. Unknowingly, several dozen late-stage Saint Emperors had appeared in the arena. These late-stage Saint Emperors did not stand out in the crowd at all. If he did not feel the malicious and cold gazes, Wang Mang hadn't realized it yet, but before he knew it, the arena was already filled with killing intent. But after thinking about it, seriously, Wang Mang understood. After all, he had killed too many peerless prodigies. This was a peerless genius, not a cabbage. These legendary geniuses were all legendary geniuses. They were all the treasures of first-rate or even super first-rate clans. Now that so many had been lost, there was no need to mention how furious these clans were. Otherwise, the late Saint Emperors of these clans would not have gathered so many of them. This was because a peerless genius would definitely become a late-stage Saint Emperor in the future. because being a peerless genius meant that he had the chance to break through to the emperor god level in the future. Therefore, a first-rate clan, or even a super first-rate clan. It was very difficult to nurture a peerless genius. Now, Wang Mang had gone crazy from all the killing. He had killed so many peerless geniuses in one go. How could these older generation experts not be enraged? Similarly, Wang Mang could also understand this logic. Thinking of this, Wang Mang sneered to himself. These guys obviously wanted to kill him. Even if he had the 10,000 devil holy land behind him, this super first-rate holy land could not intimidate them. If Wang Mang had only killed a few peerless geniuses, perhaps he would be afraid of the 10,000 devil holy land. However, the problem was that Wang Mang had killed too many. These people were already furious, so they naturally did not have any scruples. No matter how powerful the 10,000 devil holy land was, could it suppress 15 of them, who were at least clans? Moreover, among the 15 peerless geniuses that Wang Mang had killed, there were not only clans, but also candidates for the saint of other super first-rate holy lands. In short, Wang Mang had killed 15 peerless geniuses in broad daylight, which had indeed made him famous. It would not be long before his name would resound throughout the Eastern Heaven realm. The 10,000 devil holy land naturally would not abandon him, but the premise was that he himself could not die. Otherwise, once he died, the 10,000 devil holy land would not kill so many clans for him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not care at all. It would not be so easy for these old guys to kill him. However, at this moment, another cold and dignified voice rang out. "Wanemo brat, you killed my Gu family's peerless geniuses. My Gu family will not rest until you die." Hearing this, Wang Mang looked to the side. It was another white-robed elder in the late stage of Saint Emperor who was looking at him coldly. Other than that, no other experts from other clans stood out. However, Wang Mang knew that there were definitely more than just these two clans who wanted to kill him. The others who did not stand out were probably waiting in the dark to kill him. At the same time, the other peerless geniuses had also discovered this problem. As for why they did not say anything, they did not have a good impression of Wang Mang to begin with. Moreover, Wang Mang had killed so many peerless geniuses, so his name would definitely spread far and wide. They did not have a good impression of Wang Mang anymore. Moreover, Wang Mang had humiliated them before. It would be strange if they had a good impression of Wang Mang. It could be said that if Wang Mang were to die, it would be something that they would be happy to see. Old fogey, if you are not convinced, you can come down and fight with me at the same cultivation level. I will kill all of you shameless old fogies on the spot. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly spoke, and he spoke extremely arrogant words. His words instantly caused the entire arena to fall into silence. The group of peerless geniuses were all extremely shocked. They really did not know where Wang Mang got the guts to provoke a late-stage Saint Emperor. Similarly, after hearing Wang Mang's words, this late-stage Saint Emperor elder from the Yi family and the experts from the Gu family were so angry that their faces turned green. What made them feel even more embarrassed was facing Wang Mang's provocation. They really did not dare to reply, because they did not dare to fight with Wang Mang at the same cultivation level. After all, Wang Mang's strength was right in front of them. If they fought at the same cultivation level, Wang Mang could probably beat them as easily as beating up a child. Seeing the two old fogies' ugly expressions, Wang Mang had already expected it. He immediately laughed coldly in his heart. Then Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Old fogies, you scoundrels and old dogs. If you don't dare, then shut your mouths. You very good." Facing Wang Mang's repeated insults, The two late-stage Saint Emperors were so angry that their bodies trembled. However, they had nothing to say. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then, the high-spirited Wang Mang looked at the Wulong Saint Sun and chuckled. Wulong Saint Sun, if you still want to fight with me, then get on the battle stage. The current Wang Mang could be said to be extremely confident. Naturally, he was not worried that the Wulong Saint Sun would defeat him. Because of this, Wang Mang was fearless and directly invited the Wulong Saint Sun to fight. Moreover, the Wulong Saint Sun was very interested in his immortal emperor mask. Wang Mang was well aware of this. However, wasn't the current Wang Mang the same? The Wulong Saint Sun was interested in his immortal emperor mask. He was also interested in the Wulong Saint Sun's immortal emperor mask. Chapter 693. Following Wang Mang's words, Wang Mang spoke. The prodigies in the huge arena were in an uproar. The hidden dragon Saint Sun's strength was undeniable. He was able to gather so many prodigies. This also proved that the hidden dragon Saint Sun's strength had gained the recognition of many prodigies in the Eastern Sky realm. Otherwise, what right did he have such great rallying power? However, to the surprise of all the legendary geniuses had never expected that Wang Mang really did keep his word. After killing 15 prodigies, he directly challenged the hidden dragon Saint Sun with an undefeatable aura. This caused the prodigies to start whispering among themselves. You don't say. The 1,000 demons Saint Sun is really gutsy. Isn't that obvious? This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. His great mystique is all-encompassing. It's hard to find a match for him in the same realm. This is going to be interesting. I also want to see if the 1,000 demons Saint Sun is strong enough to suppress the hidden dragon Saint Sun. If he can really suppress the hidden dragon Saint Sun, then the 1,000 demons Saint Sun will definitely become a prodigy. That's impossible. It's not that easy for a prodigy to break through. Even the hidden dragon Saint Sun hasn't become a prodigy. The hidden dragon Saint Sun's expression did not change as the prodigies discussed. He still had a smile on his face as he looked at Wang Mang. His eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through Wang Mang. The hidden dragon Saint Sun wanted to know what this guy was planning. After all, Wang Mang had delayed his battle for so long. Yet, this guy had killed so many prodigies. He had offended so many prodigies and their families. And now, he was directly inviting him to battle. Ao Tianhen was puzzled by Lin Fan's actions. Even now, he still did not understand Wang Mang's motive. Of course, even if he did not understand Wang Mang's motive. However, when faced with Wang Mang's invitation, when had he, Ao Tianhen, ever been afraid? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. In the end, under the gazes of countless sky prides and experts, Ao Tianhen smiled at Wang Mang and nodded, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Tianhen leaped onto the battlefield. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other from afar, and their gazes became sharp. At this time, Ao Tianhen took out the Sage Emperor mask and put it on. He smiled at Wang Mang and said, "Do you agree to a battle at the same level?" Wang Mang nodded expressionlessly. "Agreed." As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier on the battlefield instantly took shape. At the same time, a powerful force suppressed Ao Tianhen's cultivation base to the same level as Wang Mang's. At the same time, the atmosphere in the arena exploded. All the young geniuses focused their attention on the battlefield. Because once the outcome of this battle was decided, it would basically be decided as the strongest, peerless genius of the Eastern Heaven realm. This was because the hidden dragon saint was currently the strongest prodigy in the Eastern Heaven realm. If Wang Mang defeated the hidden dragon saint, He would naturally be the strongest, peerless genius of the Eastern Heaven realm. However, to the surprise of all the geniuses, the two of them did not start fighting directly. At this moment, Wang Mang could not help but chuckle. Does fellow Taoist, hidden dragon, Saint Sun, still remember the grudge of my palm in the supreme tomb? Hearing this, the hidden dragon saint chuckled. Looks like you still remember what happened in the supreme tomb. So clearly. Yeah, what a pity. What a good opportunity. If it were not for the appearance of the god Emperor Mask and the sage Emperor Mask in the Middle Heaven realm, I would have taken the sage Emperor Mask. Speaking up to here, Ao Tianhen spoke with a regretful tone and could not help but sigh softly. After all, if he had taken down Wang Mang, it would have been easier for him to take the sage Emperor Mask. If he had taken the sage Emperor Mask, he might have gone to the Middle Heaven realm. This was because the Middle Heaven realm was where the geniuses gathered. In comparison, although the Eastern Heaven realm was not bad, it was still a far cry from the Middle Heaven realm. This was because most of the god emperors and countless geniuses were gathered in the Middle Heaven realm. Most of the outstanding young geniuses had already gone to the Middle Heaven realm. After hearing what the hidden dragon saint said, Wang Mang sneered in his heart. Did this guy really think that he could kill him without the god emperor and the sage emperor? That was obviously impossible. If he angered Wang Mang would kill him even if he had to pay the price. After all, Wang Mang had an extreme personality. If he did not have a good time, no one would have a good time. Therefore, Wang Mang said indifferently, "There's no point in talking anymore. Let's see who's stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang attacked. In the next moment, Wang Mang made a hand seal and attacked with a top-tier grand mystique. Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Then, a giant palm that covered the sky appeared and pressed down on Ao Tianhen. Seeing this, Ao Tianhen smiled faintly and formed a seal with his hands. Yin Yang Sun and Moon. As soon as he finished speaking, the vast dermic powers around him formed a Tai Chi strange image behind him. However, this Tai Chi was formed by the sun and moon. Moreover, under the defense of Yin Yang, Sun, and Moon, even Wang Mang's Buddhist kingdom in the palm could not hurt him at all. Clearly, this was also a top-tier defensive grand mystique. Otherwise, it would not be able to block Wang Mang's grand mystique. At this moment, the hidden dragon saint smiled and said, "Supreme sky trampling." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant figure was formed by vast dermic powers. This giant figure seemed to have materialized. It shot up into the sky and stepped on Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang's expression changed drastically. He could feel that this was also a top-tier offensive grand mystique. 10,000 Buddha, sitting. Without hesitation, Wang Mang made a hand seal and used his grand mystique. A giant Buddha figure appeared behind him. It looked down on everyone with a cold expression. Bang! The imposing figure immediately took a step forward. Unfortunately, this terrifying step did not cause the Buddha figure to dissipate. However, it did cause the Buddha figure to dim a little. Then, it was quickly solidified by Wang Mang's dermic powers. Then, the giant figure took a few more steps forward. Unfortunately, it still could not do anything to Wang Mang. Then, Wang Mang did not hesitate to use his top-tier grand mystique, 10,000 Buddha killing. 3,000 Buddha figures appeared behind him. They were all glaring at him with murderous intent. Kill. As soon as Wang Mang finished speaking, the 3,000 Buddha images covered the heavens and the earth as they charged out in unison, causing the entire arena to dim down along with this. Seeing this, Ao Tianhen did not back down. He made a hand seal and shouted, "Supreme sky descends." As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory figure appeared in front of Ao Tianhen. Facing the sky full of Buddha figures, This terrifying, illusory figure raised his finger and pointed. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Buddha figures exploded on the spot. In just a few moments, all the Buddha figures in the sky were destroyed by this illusory figure. I was born from the dust. I was invincible and called supreme. Demons worship me, and gods worship me. This majestic voice even caused the void to tremble. At the same time, the terrifying aura in the arena became stronger and stronger. Even Wang Mang felt a suffocating pressure. Under the pressure of this illusory figure, Wang Mang could not even move. Chapter 694. What made Wang Mang even more shocked was that the aura of this figure was clearly only at the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. However, it had the aura of a god emperor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to suppress Wang Mang to the point where he couldn't even move. At this moment, Wang Mang finally knew the trump card of the hidden dragon physique. This guy's great divine ability was a summoning type great divine ability. Furthermore, the figure that the hidden dragon Saint Sun summoned was definitely extremely terrifying. In fact, Wang Mang's guess was right. When the hidden dragon Saint Sun saw the figure he summoned, even he himself was stunned, because he never thought that he would actually summon a fifth-stage sovereign figure. A fifth-stage sovereign figure. This was something he never expected. Furthermore, it was the projection of a fifth-order sovereign. It was still invincible at the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, because a fifth-stage sovereign figure was still invincible at the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. This was also the reason why this figure was so terrifying. Thinking of this, Ao Tianhen couldn't help but laugh. Thousand demon Saint Sun, even the heavens want to kill you. Ever since I learned this divine ability, I have never summoned a sovereign figure before. Today, you've encountered it. Yes, Ao Tianhen wasn't lying. This was his first time summoning a sovereign figure. At this moment, he was simply invincible. This was because the Ji Zun's illusory figure that he had summoned was too powerful. Among the fifth stage, there had never been anyone who could fight against a sovereign. Even if it was just a figure, it wasn't something that Wang Mang could fight against. Because of this, if Wang Mang wasn't going to die, then what was? Hearing this, Wang Mang's expression became extremely ugly under this terrifying pressure. He indeed felt that it was extremely difficult for him to even move, let alone retaliate. In his shock and anger, Wang Mang started to panic because this aura was too powerful, so powerful that he couldn't fight against it at all. It was clearly just a third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, but its aura was already no different from a god emperor. This proved that this figure had the strength of a god emperor. He then thought of the hidden dragon Saint Sun's words. Wang Mang wanted to die. Isn't this 2F asterisk king unlucky? This was the first time this fellow had summoned the Supreme Being's phantom. Furthermore, coincidentally, he bumped into it again. Right at this moment, bang! A loud sound rang out. The barrier on the battlefield could not withstand the pressure and completely exploded. A terrifying aura swept out, causing the entire hidden dragon city to ripple outwards like a terrifying storm. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever this terrifying aura swept out, it was all a mess. Even the sky had turned pitch black, and the wind and clouds were surging. At the same time, the entire arena retreated in fear. Similarly, everyone was in an uproar. Thus, his gaze was fixed on the imposing figure in the wrestling ring. Their eyes were filled with fear and awe, because it had been too long since a supreme martial artist had appeared, let alone rank 5 supreme beings in the sacred Emperor continent. Even a Tier 5 mythical prodigy had not appeared for a long time. But now, a supreme being's phantom had been summoned. In an instant, discussions broke out everywhere. Is this a rank 5 supreme being? Too powerful. Even the enchantment set up by a God Emperor expert was destroyed. Oh my God! Just his aura alone has reached the God Emperor level? This is too scary. How are we going to fight him? The 1,000 demons Saint Son is definitely going to die. Is this a supreme being? Just his aura alone is suffocating. Even a God Emperor expert is not this terrifying, right? It was clear that everyone was intimidated by this supreme being's projection. Similarly, the hidden dragon Saint Son, who had summoned the supreme being's phantom, was also staring at it, because he was still too far away from becoming a rank 5 supreme being. At the same time, Wang Mang's face was also filled with reluctance, especially when this supreme being was walking towards him. Wang Mang felt as if his entire body was being cut by knives. The terrifying aura was about to crush his body. In fact, Wang Mang even suspected that if this supreme being's phantom got any closer, he would explode and die before he could do anything. Therefore, Wang Mang only had 2 choices in front of him. He could either use the wrath of the divine demon to fight this supreme being's phantom, or he could run away immediately. It was impossible to use the wrath of the divine demon. Once he used the wrath of the divine demon, the price Wang Mang had to pay was too high. He had to become a God Emperor. In other words, he had to increase his cultivation by at least 10 small realms. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against this supreme being's phantom. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was ready to give up, because it was not worth it to use the wrath of the divine demon. In the next moment, Wang Mang muttered in his heart, and the 5-colored teleportation stone appeared in his hand. Just as Wang Mang was about to use the 5-colored teleportation stone to run away, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. Facing the Supreme Being's phantom. Choose to temporarily avoid it. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 500 million energy points. Advanced blind box X1. Mission number 2. Facing the Supreme Being's phantom. Choose to fight it. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 1 billion energy points. Celestial treasure chest X1. Mission number 3. Facing the Supreme Being's phantom. Defeat it and disperse it. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. Stage 5 Supreme Beings Experience Card X1. 1 billion energy points. Celestial King Treasure Chest X1. Celestial King Blind Box X1. Talent points 10. Note: choosing will give priority to the mission reward. If the host is unable to complete the mission, the punishment of the reward will be doubled. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. The appearance of this quest was way too sudden. The most important thing was that the system actually encouraged him to fight with the Supreme Being's phantom. Wang Mang estimated that the strength of this Supreme Being's phantom should be at the 4th heaven of the Emperor God realm. 4th heaven of the Emperor God realm. This was equivalent to the 4th heaven of the Sage realm. In the end, the system actually encouraged him to fight with the Sage. This system thought too highly of him, didn't it? But the only thing that made Wang Mang's eyes light up was the reward was also very generous, not to mention the 1st and 2nd missions. But the reward for the 3rd mission was really generous. Stage 5 Supreme Beings Experience Card. Didn't this mean that after using the Supreme Being's Experience Card, he could also have the strength of a Stage 5 Supreme Being? And the system still gave him the reward first, letting him fight with this Supreme Being's phantom first. This could be said to be a sure win. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up, and he was somewhat tempted. The next moment, Wang Mang made a decision in his heart. Once he used the Stage 5 Supreme Being's experience card. At that time, he would definitely have the combat strength of a Supreme Being. In the situation where everyone had the combat strength of a Supreme Being. So, what if the other party was a Supreme Being's phantom? Who's afraid of who? I'll just do it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully selected the mission." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained 1 billion energy values." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained Immortal King Grade Treasure Chest X1." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained Stage 5 Supreme Being's Experience Card." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Obtained 10 talent values." Ding. "Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions." Do you want to start evolution? Chapter 695. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. There was no need to say anything. After this battle, he could break through again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be excited. No matter what, he couldn't lose this battle. Besides, so what if it was a Supreme? He also had a Supreme Experience card. Moreover, the opponent was just a Supreme's illusory figure. It wasn't a true fifth stage Supreme. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally wasn't convinced. They were at the same level, the same Heaven's Pride realm. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Thinking of this, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at the Supreme's illusory figure that was gradually approaching. Then, without hesitation, he said in his heart, "System," using the fifth stage Supreme Experience card. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations. Host successfully used the Supreme Experience card." As soon as the system's voice ended, Wang Mang felt a majestic power surging out from his body. Then, Wang Mang's aura also surged crazily. Peak of the third heaven of Saint Emperor. Peak of the fourth heaven of Saint Emperor. Peak of the fifth heaven of Saint Emperor. Peak of the eighth heaven of Saint Emperor. Peak of the ninth heaven of Saint Emperor. Peak of the first heaven of God Emperor. Peak of the second heaven of God Emperor. Peak of the third heaven of God Emperor. When Wang Mang's aura rose to the peak of the third heaven of God Emperor, Wang Mang's strength then stopped rising. At the same time, the illusory figure that was walking towards Wang Mang paused slightly and then stopped. This illusory figure, whose face couldn't be seen, clearly was looking at Wang Mang from afar as if it had intelligence. He was sizing up Wang Mang. The terrifying Supreme's aura surged, and the two's auras collided. If someone observed carefully, they would notice that the auras of Wang Mang and the Supreme's illusory figure, with the arena as the center, each of their auras was dominating one side. At the same time, the battle stage of the arena between Wang Mang and the illusory figure completely cracked open a deep abyss. At the same time, behind the illusory figure of the sovereign, the hidden dragon saint was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he would have such a heaven-defying trump card. It could actually increase his strength to the God Emperor realm in an instant. Not only that, the tyrannical and invincible aura on Wang Mang's body was clearly the aura unique to the fifth-rank sovereign's phantom. Could this fellow be a fifth-order sovereign? An absurd thought popped up in his mind. However, this absurd idea was quickly rejected by the hidden dragon saint. If Wang Mang was really a fifth-stage sovereign, why would he bother with a peerless genius like him? That's right, no one knew that the hidden dragon saint's son was actually a supreme prodigy. It was just that he had always presented himself as one. In fact, No one knew that he was actually a peerless genius who had been hiding his strength all this time. This was also why he was confident that he could suppress Wang Mang. Strength was his greatest trump card. The summoning of the sovereign's phantom this time was a complete accident. But what made him feel even more incredulous was Wang Mang's trump card had completely overturned his understanding. He could actually forcefully raise a prodigy's level to the 5th rank sovereign level. For a moment, the hidden dragon saint's son was shocked by Wang Mang's strange method. He stared at Wang Mang, who was standing proudly in the air with his black aura covering the entire sky. At that moment, Wang Mang, with the support of his terrifying power, could even make the space of the sacred Emperor continent cry out in pain. In other words, Wang Mang could clearly feel it. The space of the sacred Emperor continent wasn't that sturdy. In his eyes, it was just like a wall. Even if he wanted to break open the space of the sacred Emperor continent, Wang Mang could do it, and it wouldn't be too difficult. That was because the current Wang Mang's body contained a terrifying power. This power was too terrifying and powerful. It was a power that Wang Mang had never experienced before. With this power, Wang Mang could easily destroy the world. But Wang Mang could clearly feel that his cultivation level hadn't changed. This was merely the terrifying boost brought to him by the rank 5 Supreme Experience card. Therefore, while the 5th rank Supreme Experience card was active, he was the Supreme of the 5th rank. Is this the power of a 5th rank sovereign? I feel like nothing in this world can stop me. At that moment, Wang Mang, who had undergone a drastic change, couldn't help but mumble to himself. Right now, his entire body was shrouded in a black aura that was as terrifying as astral energy, the phenomenon that covered the sky, and the sun was also caused by him. The prodigies who were watching from afar, as well as the experts who had rushed over after hearing the news. At that moment, they were all shocked as their gazes gathered on the two figures. Many of the prodigies couldn't help but become restless. Oh my God, what kind of technique is this? This is too terrifying. Is this the holy son of all demons technique? A technique that can make one reach the 5th rank sovereign level. If he can use it frequently, who would be his match? Impossible. If he can use it without any restrictions and without paying a price, he wouldn't have taken it out only now. That's right. Such a powerful technique must have a terrifying price to pay. Otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible? Clearly, many of the prodigies had already guessed that Wang Mang would have to pay a heavy price for using such a heaven-defying technique. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating? If he could use it without any restrictions, Wang Mang would probably have dominated the sacred Emperor continent long ago. It had to be said that their guesses were reasonable and well-founded, although they knew that such a heaven-defying technique had its drawbacks. However, this did not stop everyone from being indescribably shocked by Wang Mang. Even the experts from the various clans who were planning to assassinate Wang Mang. After seeing Wang Mang's heaven-defying technique, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Many of the old experts from the various clans were secretly relieved that they hadn't been in a hurry to kill Wang Mang. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Currently, Wang Mang's terrifying aura was the battle strength of a god emperor. It was as easy as killing an ant for him to suppress a sacred emperor. Of course, although they were shocked by Wang Mang's current strength, they still didn't think so. They still didn't think that Wang Mang could defeat the illusion of a sovereign. After all, although the illusion of a sovereign was just an illusion, it was still the illusion of a sovereign. But what about Wang Mang? He had only used some unknown heaven-defying technique to forcefully raise his cultivation to the sovereign level. But how powerful were the abilities of a sovereign? How could it be so easily mastered? This was the thought of many experts present. It was also the reason why they didn't think highly of Wang Mang. Of course, under the circumstances where no one thought highly of Wang Mang, only one person still thought highly of Wang Mang. This person was none other than Tong Nian, who was among the crowd. She saw that Wang Mang's strength had reached the god-emperor level in one go, and that he was surrounded by the aura of a sovereign. Tong Nian's beautiful eyes were fixed on Wang Mang. She was full of confidence in Wang Mang. She believed that Wang Mang could definitely defeat the illusion of a sovereign. Chapter 696. Under everyone's gaze. Wang Mang was also staring at this guy. But Wang Mang didn't hesitate and directly attacked. After all, Wang Mang didn't know how long his 5th stage Supreme Exalted card would last. So Wang Mang took the initiative to attack first. As Wang Mang formed various hand seals, the magic power around him that was as vast as the ocean began to condense. In the blink of an eye, a giant hand that covered the sky grabbed at the supreme illusion, Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Yes, Wang Mang used a top grand magic right away. But what made Wang Mang stunned was, facing his Buddhist kingdom in the palm that covered the sky, this supreme being, illusionary shadow, still slightly raised his finger and pointed. Bang! A terrifying sword finger shot out in an instant. This inconspicuous sword finger instantly pierced through the Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Furthermore, a terrifyingly sharp sword aura swept out in all directions. Obviously, it was just a single exchange of blows. Wang Mang was able to see the difference between him and this supreme being's phantom. Even if the other party was a supreme illusion, it was still not something that Wang Mang, a fake, could compare to. His methods were simply miraculous. Take this sword finger, for example. To Wang Mang, it felt like an ordinary attack. But when it was used by the supreme illusion, it was so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a top grand magic. Just when Wang Mang was shocked, the supreme being's illusory figure suddenly chuckled. You just forcibly raised yourself to the supreme illusion. Do you know what a supreme illusion is? A supreme illusion is endless battle experience, heaven-defying killing, invincible in the world, suppressing thousands of worlds, and is the highest profound of rank 5. It's a pity that you don't understand these. Do you think that you can compete with me just because you have the power of a supreme illusion? Do you know how many rank 5 heavens prides have died in my hands? I can't remember. In the thousands of worlds among the rank 5, no one can compete with me. Rank 5. I am invincible. I am God. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face darkened, although he couldn't understand what this guy was talking about. However, Wang Mang could hear the mockery in this guy's tone. This kind of nonchalant attitude was not just showing off. It made Wang Mang extremely angry. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately roared angrily. What supreme being? That's all nonsense. Brute force can break all techniques. Now that I'm not any weaker than you, do you think you can suppress me? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang made another hand seal and performed a top-notch great technique. 10,000 Buddhas slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang was surrounded by a ferocious black aura. The number of gods and Buddhas was exactly 3,000. Every single one of them was filled with hatred and malevolence. Kill! Wang Mang pointed a finger and shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, the 3,000 demonic Buddhas whizzed out. It caused the sky above Wulong City to be filled with dark clouds as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, the 3,000 Buddha shadows all charged towards the Supreme Being's shadow. Unfortunately, the result of this great technique's attack disappointed Wang Mang greatly. There was no other reason. After the 3,000 Buddha shadows attacked, the Supreme Being's shadow merely waved his hand, and a vast amount of dermic powers swept out, causing the Buddha shadows to vanish into thin air. Boom, boom, Boom! A series of explosions were heard. The 3,000 Buddha shadows collapsed one after another. Then, the illusionary figure of the nine heavens supreme spoke again. Show me what else you have. Let me see where your end point is. This high and mighty voice that seemed to be looking down on all living things was particularly harsh to Wang Mang. For a moment, Wang Mang was so angry that his face turned red. He was rather angry out of humiliation. This was because the techniques he used with all his might were not effective against this shadow at all. However, Wang Mang's most effective attack was actually the 10,000 Buddhas' slaughter. As for ordinary divine abilities, Wang Mang could not use them at all. Ordinary divine abilities could not cause any harm to this fellow. After all, even Wang Mang's top divine abilities could not cause any harm to this supreme being's shadow after he used them. Therefore, Wang Mang really did not have any means to attack. As for the devouring energy technique, this divine ability was completely useless. After all, this supreme being's shadow did not have a primordial spirit. Moreover, Wang Mang realized something even more embarrassing. He had already used all the techniques he could. However, this supreme being's shadow did not attack him at all. In other words, the battle had just begun, but Wang Mang was already done. At this thought, Wang Mang knew that it was not possible for him to defeat this fellow. On the contrary, Wang Mang could only wait until the opponent's shadow dissipated. After all, Wang Mang had a premonition that he would not be able to defeat the opponent in a head-on battle, just as Wang Mang was pondering in his heart. The Supreme Being's shadow let out a hearty laugh. It seems that you are already at your wit's end. After saying that, the Supreme Being's shadow raised his hand and pointed at Wang Mang from afar. In the next moment, a vast sea of magical power started to condense towards the Supreme Being's shadow. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sword, aura, whizzed towards Wang Mang. Moreover, just the aura that this terrifying sword, aura carried was enough to cause the entire battle arena to explode. Seeing this earth-shattering scene, Wang Mang's expression changed greatly. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and shouted angrily, 10,000 Buddhas ancient sitting. In the next moment, the terrifying magical power around Wang Mang condensed into a majestic black Buddha's shadow behind him. Moreover, as Wang Mang's magical power surged into it, the Buddha's shadow became even more solid. Bang! In the next moment, the terrifying sword, aura, had already arrived. The 10,000 Buddhas ancient sitting that Wang Mang had condensed with all his might was pierced through by the sword, aura. Bang! The Buddha's shadow turned into chaotic magical power and wreaked havoc along with the unparalleled sword, aura. Everywhere it passed, it was a scene of devastation. The entire battle arena had already been reduced to rubble. Some unlucky sky prides were unable to dodge in time and were killed on the spot by the terrifying sword, aura. Not only that, there were even sage emperors who were unable to dodge in time and were killed on the spot. One could only imagine how terrifying the battle arena was. This was the Wulong saint who had summoned the Supreme Being's shadow. He had already flown far away to hide. This was because the battle was no longer something he could interfere with. At the same time, under the terrifying earlier stage, Wang Mang was even sent flying, smashing heavily into a pile of ruins. However, in the next moment, Wang Mang rushed out of the rubble. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely haggard. Wang Mang even felt that his life was in danger from the previous attack. Fortunately, what made Wang Mang heave a sigh of relief was that he didn't die. Clearly, although he was not a true fifth-stage sovereign, he had the strength of a fifth-stage sovereign. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to be killed in an instant. Even if the Supreme Being's shadow attacked with all its might, it would not be able to kill Wang Mang in an instant. However, just the power of this attack alone made Wang Mang's scalp tingle. In fact, Wang Mang did not even dare to imagine how powerful this supreme being was. This was only the supreme being's shadow. At the same level, they were both below the supreme being level. It was so powerful that it made one despair. Wang Mang could not fight back at all.